All right. So if you're watching, thanks so much. Welcome to Group 5.1.
Group five?
I
What?
added point one because we had a differentiation between before the restart now for some of the videos. So it's fine. We're Group 5. We'll call it that. We're getting to session 2. So going through a quick recap based on what happened the last session was sort of a disaster. This whole thing kind of happened to the striker, to the wrecker. And the wrecker was attacked by a kraken. There was a black cloud that kind of spurted up in the air in the sky, and then emerging of this pink and purple cackling lightning as it struck down around. Emerging was a great winged beast. This beast was large, it was about 150, 160 foot long. It was a red dragon, this massive thing. Some of you rolled enough high enough checks here. You could see that there was potentially someone on the back of it. There might have been a rider. It was very obviously super far away from you because the wrecker was heading south half a mile, then to a quarter mile away. So there's a great deal of distance there, but the dragon itself was extremely large. As the ship, the striker, went to turn, it was trying to get kind of in a different direction. It was aimed to get towards land as much as possible, towards the Frosthorn, towards their coastline, which isn't really a coastline, right? It's just massive amounts of cliffs and ice and bergs and flows. There were these shark-like fish and creatures that had boarded. They had 4 arms and 2 legs. They had tails. They had kind of shark-like teeth and fish eyes and gills. There was about them some similarities, but they differed in color. And then they were kind of cartilaginous with some scales on the skin. A little bit of a mix there. They had kind of harpoon spears made out of bone, and they had the biting attack that they were doing. They were very much immediate into combat. There was no hesitation. They boarded and attacked. They were fighting. They were strategic. Some of them that boarded on the actual sterns, the backside of the ship, they started to attack the quartermaster, the person at the helm. And then as you all defeated these enemies, defeated them quite well, in fact, there was a much larger one that came aboard. The majority and average in height was that of kind of a taller human, so around 6 feet. And this particular one was just ginormous. It was standing roughly 13 to 14 feet in height. It was musculature was immense. It had bone armor on. The bones were humanoid skulls that have been intertwined to make a makeshift kind of an armor, and it had a trident, so more of a kind of a heavier duty spear, and it called for something specific. And it called for those that have been chosen to come forth. Now, immediately into combat with this creature, you all defeated this person, and upon defeating, that's when the captain had called to abandon ship, seeing that there was not really a way to escape the situation. The wrecker went down extremely fast, and knowing that there was a full passengers, the ship was completely full, and knowing you couldn't get away, the captain's like, "Hey, we're gonna turn the ship back, headed south. We'll go towards it. We'll get the tenders off, which are these sailing kind of life rafts, right? We'll load them up. We'll get you off, get you into Frosthorn Bay, right? And then we'll be the bait, so to speak, right? We'll go into it." Now, when you boarded these tenders and you started going to Frosthorn Bay, there was plenty of cover. There was flows and icebergs and things, and it just was this mess, which really shows the fact that this large galleon could not navigate through those waters, couldn't get into that. And so there was no real way for it to escape or hide. And so you were able to take along with the rest of the passengers and the tenders, take them along into the Frosthorn Bay, traveling through the temperatures were quite cold, snow and hail at times, and the harsh wind. You got onto a rickety old dock that was barely used, just protruding out from the ice. And then there was this stairwell that was carved in the ice or planked with wood, and it kind of rounded up the actual large and intimidating cliffs of ice and rock that went all the way up to about, average of 300, 400 feet in height. So just this massive thing that encompassed the entire bay. There was people above. They yelled down. They got help. They helped passengers get up. They started bringing you all into this mining village. And from there, you all were brought into the tavern, which is called the Frosty L Tavern. Now seating alongside some of the passengers that have made their way here, most of them finding room and board with the village, so kind of exchanging what coin they have for staying in some of their stone hovels rather than taking up space in this tavern. They're kind of trying to find and assimilate in a way to really kind of navigate themselves and what they should do next. And some of them have made their way into the tavern at this point as well, so to get food and drink potentially. And one of those people who survived was Cook Mimi. Cook Mimi's at the head of the table there, of the other one to your left. And that's where we left off. We made our way into the tavern and we ended the session there. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and unpause it and cue up some music. Let's do, instead of music, let's just do ambiance noises. That's always good. So the Frosty L Tavern, going over a description very briefly because we kind of rushed it towards the end there. So this is a single-story structure. Has kind of a covered area to its eastern side. There seems to be a staircase in one of the corners here to the south west. It leads down, suggesting that there's kind of an under area, could potentially where the rooms are. You have seen the actual tavern keeper here, Barlow Grick, go in and out of a door to the northwestern corner. The stone door kind of behind a massive kind of stone slab that serves as a bar. There's food, there's aromas coming from that, and that's where Barlow Grick has kind of disappeared, grabbing food and other things. There was drink poured for you all. It seems to be this thing called the Barlow Special, just this rather thick sludge, like a dwarvish stout with a thick white foam on top of it, and it's just viscosity is sticky to the hands, right? If you put your fingers on it. Definitely cling to your bones and keep you warm.
Well, it looks like everybody else made it off the ship rather successfully. I'm just going to kind of look around and start counting the heads that are in the room.
Yeah, besides Mimi, do we see anybody of note? Like, captain's not there, first officer's not there, or quartermaster's not there. Well, Mimi made it, guys.
Seems like count wise you're getting maybe 15 12% passengers of the ship currently in here, potentially some of them that you've seen because you were there when they were offloading, so you looked like be the majority of passengers had made it off. None of the crew really made it. Maybe about 5-8% of the actual crew. You don't see any of the crew currently in here. The cook Mimi could be counted as one of the crew. You do see Cook Mimi in here, but as far as someone of authority, doesn't look like the captain's in here. Doesn't look like the quartermaster, right, is here, and that kind of stands true when they said that they would go down with the ship and stay with it.
Sir Dougal is going to, I hate to demote him, is going to take a walk over, a couple steps over towards our merfolk companion. And he's going to glance into your drink, into your mug. Is it full? Are you drinking what we're drinking?
No, he has not touched it.
Untouched.
Mhm.
So you're drinking what we're drinking, but you're not drinking it.
I mean, he didn't order it, but
Do you not like this? Sir Dougal will ask you.
it's not the sort of froth I enjoy.
What would you prefer?
Are you trying to get me drunk?
Well, no.
Wouldn't hurt if you loosened up a little bit.
I was gonna see if you'd prefer something else.
I'm fine.
So you wouldn't mind if I took that? I'm gonna slide the.
Yeah, he doesn't stop you.
Okay, double fisting. Comes back to the other end of the table. Okay, look out for the merfolk.
Tardan, have you drank yours?
Oh yeah, mine's gone. Mine was gone the second it was put down in front of me.
Okay, yeah. As soon as you killed it, you saw me not look at you, but I just swapped the glasses. So now mine's your empty, and now yours is completely full again.
Hey, how did this happen? And I'm just gonna start drinking mine again.
Sir Dougal is going to challenge you to that. To your. To the pace with which you consume your second beverage. He's going to knowingly make eye contact with you and hold up the full stein. I'm just thinking cold climate. It's got to be a stein. I'm imagining a thumb-driven lid pop up over the.
Yeah, it's a metallic mug. So we can
yeah.
definitely. Metallic mug definitely seems to have some mechanism for a lid. These currently do not have them. It seems as though there could be a lid potentially on them. Some of them are scratched, fairly rusted at times. You're finding different pieces of erosion, like in the actual metal itself.
I'm going to look at the rabbit, and I'm just going to give him the biggest smile he's probably seen me have thus far. And I'm going to chug my entire beer and then put my.
Well then, we got a contender, fellas.
I don't know if you beat me or not, but
You all want to roll for it?
it's a very friendly competition. There's no animus. It's very cooperative.
I'm actually
It's,
the notebook's out. The notebook's out right now.
Yeah.
I'm.
I'd be happy to roll
It's
for it if you wish, but it wasn't. The point wasn't to beat you. It was just about this friendly competition.
It's up to you.
I shall tell you what. We can order a third beer, and we can have the doctor here, and I'm just going to point to the monk. Give us a countdown.
Oh, Puff. Getting a little loose in the tongue. I'm going to need you off of me for a minute. I need to loosen up. I need to limber. Ooh, okay. When you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, we have a 5, almost 6 foot, raging, hulking bunny of a beast. He's killed lizard men on a boat, feared by many, loved by all. In this corner, the silver-tongued devil himself, from down under, the man, the myth, the legend, Tardan versus Dougal. 3, 2, 1, go!
It's got to
Chug,
be a
chug. Are we doing D20 or D?
something.
Yeah.
What are we rolling here? Hold on. DM.
I like how I got a little bell going.
As soon as I say that, I look over at Harak and I'm just like, "What do you think?"
So if you're chugging, this would be just a straight con roll. So you're not doing a save or anything; it's just a Constitution check.
Ability check.
Oh,
Oh.
ability check.
17. All right. Well, Sir Dougal,
Almost
you're
knocked
down
my
at
screen over.
seconds, maybe couple, not too much difference there. So, Tardan, you definitely were beat there. Barlow
It's very friendly. No shaming. There's no embarrassment. It's just a very friendly competition.
You have my respect.
That was what was at stake.
Barlow Grick at this point comes kind of trotting up with another small cask. This is about 3 gallons worth, and has it over the shoulder, comes down, slams it down on the table. Oh, someone's competing. That's good. Oh, it's kind of scoots and shoves it on the table even further and takes a spigot out of the pocket and it taps it into the barrel with a small little wooden mallet. Puts it back underneath the apron, different cavities of whatever pockets that this dwarf has. Well, this is free. It's for you all. Feel like you need it. And looks like I'll have some help around here for some time. The cook on the ship of yours is going to be staying here helping me out making some pies. It's going to be a good time.
He
Wait,
makes a
Mimi knows how
killer
to make something?
A porridge. Tell him, Tardan. Tell him about the porridge.
Oh, he makes really good porridge. I didn't know that Mimi made anything else.
Put it on the special list or something, because that'll you'll be living in that mansion, guaranteed.
Well, as far as
Hands
what they told me was that they are actually a baker, primarily in breads and pies. Latham.
Man of many talents.
That they helped out in the Prim Iris.
Barlow, while we have you here,
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you this is it's probably the best drink I've had in
Oh,
at least a couple of days.
I am delighted. Family grit, well known for making a nice, delicious dwarvish stout. They definitely keep you warm, and there's secrets about it. I won't do tell. Nope. My lips are sealed.
Well, while you are here, I have some questions. I wonder if you might help me. Help us.
I'll try to do the best I can. I've been here for quite some time.
Well, this is my first time here, so
I see.
maybe you're exactly the right person to ask.
Well, not many people come through Iraq, and of course you all shipwrecked, so I'm sure you weren't even headed here.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. It isn't where we were headed. Have you ever heard of the Redwood?
That's not a name that I know.
I wonder if you might know it by a different name. Have you ever heard of the Marshes of Unveiling?
Yes, it's something there in the Gorn Valley. Occupies most of the northern side of the bay, Cedric Bay. It's a place that nobody goes. If you go, you do not come out.
Really? Is it possible that they were? Is it possible that they are the same place, simply known by a different name?
I'm not sure. I grew up in Tholnir, Clan Alderfus, through the mountains. Didn't really spend too much time around human folk.
If I had a map, I don't think I do, but if I found a map,
You mean this map?
there you go.
I'll put on the table the one that the captain gave us, so we can all look.
Could you point it out?
Oh, to point out the marshes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you would cycle on to the map. click on the top of your window navigation. Marshes would be here. As so labeled.
Oh, I see. We're not really all that far. We're not really all that far from there now, are we?
Oh, not exactly, but wouldn't be messing around with the southern frosthorn. Let's get up to some high elevations and treacherous terrain. There's no passage through there.
So if we wanted to gain access to the marshes, we would have to take this pass, and I'll point to the east.
Yes, Frosthorn Pass. That's correct. Puts you into the Frosthorn Valley.
How, and the next town would be Athema.
Oh, that's not a town. That's a city. It's a holy city at that. As something the Palor worshippers love near and dear. They call it the Sun Tree.
Ooh. Sundry.
And so, well, I think an important because the weather outside is not comfortable.
No, not
How
in the least.
long of a journey would it take for us to get to Athema from here?
I mean, it is a solid 2-day trek if you don't have any horses or anything to ride. 2-day trek to the pass. The pass itself gets quite high in elevation, even though it is a pass. It's treacherous at times. Most of the way is done by wagon, so you can have good warmth and covering and shelter. After that point, once you're in the valley, it's rather flat and pieces of tundra and evergreen trees and thickets and all sorts of manners of creatures lurk on the valley, though, so you have to watch yourself. And most times the caravans and fires and things keep them away, the beasts. And after that point, you don't have too much of travel, just another 2 days if you're doing foot and another day on a wagon. If you push through hard enough, it depends. If there's snowfall and difficult terrain and conditions, it could be a long time to get to it.
And you're saying nobody, you had said before, I'm sorry, that nobody goes into the marshes.
Oh.
Is it because of there's some danger that lurks there?
It is a place of, well, as far as what they tell, and if they've ever reached Thorney, not many stories, but traders and whatnot from Othema, and there are soldiers that have been sent to patrol, especially that from Fort Farron, is that there is kind of a shroud of this thick fog that emanates from it, and those patrols, those soldiers who have gone in, have not returned. So it's important that you stay away. Closest village to the marshes is Norfolk. It's a fishing village. It's closest there. I'm sure they need answers on the marshes. Heading there or Fort Farron would be the best bet.
I see.
Which one do you think has the best ale?
Oh, well. I would highly recommend Fort Farron. Fort Farron is... there was a friend of mine there. I actually hold near and dear. Someone who's given me some goods in the past. Have them locked away in my cellar.
Do they have a name?
Is there a
I would like
name?
to,
This friend of mine is named Yardir. Runs the Lump and Stump Tavern. Quite good at getting rum.
Yadir.
You all want some?
Yes, absolutely. Yadir's Brew in Fort Farron.
Well, it's not Yardir's brew. It's. I don't even think he makes it himself.
Oh,
This little halfling is quite good at finding things that should not
Liberates
be. If you
it.
know what I'm saying? Yes, you got me.
got it.
Barlow.
Ah,
I hate to ask, but I don't. We're definitely. I kind of look at everybody, and I'm like, I don't think we're going anywhere tonight. Do you have room and board available?
yes, I have rooms underneath the tavern. They are in a basement of sorts. It's the only way to keep you all warm.
Could we snag a few of those rooms for maybe, I don't know. I kind of looked at the group, at least for tonight, maybe tonight and tomorrow night. Maybe we can prepare tomorrow, and then we're definitely not going to go anywhere tonight.
Yes,
I mean,
well,
we slept in a boat on the ocean or the sea last night, so that's shitty.
well, I mean, I don't. As far as my accommodations, I could lay out some fresh straw and give you some blankets and pillows. I don't have any mattresses down there. Some of you look like you have bedrolls and adventuring gear, so that's good. Room and board, I fetch you for 5 copper a day if you'd like.
Would you Would you be willing to trade for it? I will gladly, entertain your guests and keep them drinking.
Well, I mean, well, you play. What do you play?
He's just gonna stick out his arm and pop the flute out of his sleeve again. This is my choice weapon here, and I'll play a slight tune, and then I'm gonna look at Nereus and see his reaction.
He looks irritated.
Well, we haven't had a bard in the Frosty L Tavern for years now. That'll be a joy for sure. I mean, your performance, if you're willing to play for tonight and maybe the next night too, and I'm sure you all can stay for free. I'll get you some keys. Sound good?
I do appreciate that, and I'm just gonna go towards the fire, and I'm gonna start playing. However, every once in a while, to kind of like make things dramatic, I'm gonna use prestidigitation to kind of do like little flares and stuff in my hand.
All right.
Very showmany.
Performance check, please. 19. All right.
Ooh.
People turning their heads and looking and drinking and eating bread and staring. It's a tough crowd.
I see that.
Mimi at some point has disappeared into the kitchen, kind of shuts the door, getting to work back in there. Barlow disappears behind the actual counter, that stone slab, digging, rummaging around, seems to pull out a few keys and hands you, lays down like 5 keys. They look all the same. They're this like wrought iron, just this, almost like a pin in a way. There's not much key to it. Sets it down, and you can take the kind of the west wing, as I like to call it. It's just the rooms on the west side down there. Take all 5 of those rooms. You'll know when you see it. And there's a bathroom down there, just down the hall. Once you go down the stairs, and if you need a bath, there's a tub down there on the south side of that main corridor. I could always heat up some water for you.
I'm gonna lean over to Barlow quietly and say, our merfolk is interested in something frothy. Does that mean anything to you?
What?
Frothy?
Frothy.
Frothy.
Well, I mean, I could pour an ale and have a lot of foam.
We offered him that already. It seemed like he wanted something.
Well, I mean, your friend can speak for themselves. I see you down there.
We're not friends.
Oh. Well, I apologize. I stand corrected. It seems like you all were having a good time over here, drinking games. Now we have someone performing for the tavern here. It's beautiful.
You call that a performance?
Maybe our traveling companion would like to be asked directly, Nereus, would you prefer a drink? And if so, what would you like to drink?
I'm fine.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I won't stand here any longer. But before I leave, does anybody want food?
Dougal.
Food.
No.
Eaton.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Food.
All right. That
Can
sounds good.
Can we please have one of everything? No, I take that back. It's the worst thing I've ever said. Two of everything.
Well, no, I got a roast over there. I'll be cutting some slabs off that goat. It's nice roasting. I got a glaze and some vegetables and things I've been working up in the oven. And I got some dessert for you, too. So I'll get you a whole lot of that. Some platters, fill them up. Sounds good?
He's Barlow.
All right.
You're a
Kinda
scholar
backs-
and a gentleman.
Backs away and disappears into the kitchen.
Hey, guys. Kind of a elephant in the room, but where were each of you heading? Because we're definitely not where all of us were expecting to be. So, are we just going our own ways in the morning? Or is there a commonality here? Like, are we trying to get to the same place?
I have business in the east, but I will accompany Sir Dougal because I am not ready to do this business yet.
Well, unless we want to live here forever, what do you guys say about taking the evening, and in the morning we can gather supplies for the trip through the pass? Seems to be the only way out of here, and strengthen numbers. Be safer to travel in a group at the very least.
I love this plan. It's a great plan. I mean, my business is pressing. It's urgent. Um, I'm not even sure I have as much time as it sounds like it might take to get there.
I personally find the rabbit entertaining, so I'm just going to help him on his quest because it sounds like I get to see some sights and do some things and learn some more tales to tell. Maybe I get to talk about the giant rabbit later at a bar.
You can talk about a giant rabbit in this bar.
You're not that entertaining yet.
Our fates are bound together. The entertainment is not important.
Nereus,
talking about that.
do you have a destination that you would care to share, or not? But even just, are you okay with traveling together at least to the next city?
Traveling on land with all of you.
Hey, you can freeze in the water if you want, buddy.
You can hire me if you'd like.
How much?
My rates are reasonable. The captain paid me. Admittedly, my skills are not as impressive on land, but a gold a day.
Agreed.
Well, then we have an accord.
It does. It seems settled.
Tomorrow morning we gather supplies. We may... maybe they have... we could get horses. We could get a cart. Whatever supplies we may need to pass through. Make it as safe as we can. And depending on the time of day, we could head out or sleep one more night and then head out at first light.
I am eager to travel. I think we should move as early and as quickly as we can.
Just make sure on the supply list that a case this is on there, and I'm just gonna hit the cask and go ahead and pour myself another ale.
Fair enough.
As you do that and you're having a conversation, there's someone that enters in addition to guard. These guards are kind of wearing a hodgepodge of different clothing underneath chainmail, wearing kind of simple weaponry, spears, and some of them have short swords. They've kind of occupied a table. There's more miners, some people actually coming down from the Barak Mining Company, so the mine, and it's just they're filling in to get drink, right, get some eats, right. That's kind of what they're doing off their shift. There is a figure that makes their way in. This is seems to be a young half-elf female with dark hazel eyes. Seems to have like a darker complexion, beautiful black hair that flows down to the mid-back. Wears a simple white leather and black wool vest. It's over a purple cloth blouse. Very small brown leather belt fits over a purple cloth skirt. Wears a thick fur leggings into black leather and fur boots. And there's appears to be a small silver necklace with a symbolic pendant. This person is moved directly to the table of the passengers here and is talking with them. And in a few seconds, they begin to kind of point over in your direction. And this figure begins to make way over to your table. Before coming to, kind of not sitting down or anything, comes to the edge, just like does like a slight curtsy, and then outstretches themselves, just like their hands a little bit. Hello. I am Elise Telmar. I am servant to the Duke Umbrian Orillo. I was sent here by my Duke to try to find out what has happened and to investigate the incoming of people from this so-called shipwreck. From my conversations so quickly, they all have noted 5 individuals that had led them on the ship to here. My Duke would like to extend hospitalities and favor for you 5 to get more information about what had happened. You're more than welcome to come to dinner tonight at the Duke's Manor.
I always love an audience to tell a story to. Anyone got any objections?
There is nothing that you could learn from us that you could not learn from any of the other survivors.
See? Well, I will relay that to my Duke then.
Well, my lady, if you will, could the Duke perhaps help us facilitate safe passage through the pass? Whether it be with equipment or supply, horses and a cart, perhaps.
A guide.
A guide.
Perhaps so. The Harak Mining Company sends caravans through there. I suppose that my Duke would be informed on when those are heading out. Perhaps there is an arrangement that he can do for you.
Could you excuse us for just a second?
Of course. Take your time. Steps away, goes to the edge of the door.
I like her. I like her a lot. I really like her.
Long hair. I got a thing for long hair. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm the bard. I'm just gonna leave it at that as I drink another ale.
So you already called dibs.
Oh,
I called dibs when she
I
walked through the door.
I didn't hear it. I apologize.
I'm sorry. That was the ale in my mouth as well.
Got it. Understood.
I didn't mean it like that. I have no...
Dougal.
Not like that. No, not like that. I meant I like her. Like, I like her attitude. I like her...
Professionalism?
Her air. I like her approach.
Waiting for smell?
She smells fabulous, but it's not like that. I don't... I'm happily married. I don't have...
Rabbits get married? Hold on. I'm learning so much.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Um, I have a wife. I had a mother. I had parents. Sure.
I mean, I figured you had parents. I just didn't know how like the
And
culture was there.
we make we are maybe I don't know what your expectations are, but um, we have families. We call them fluffs. Um, we have monogamous relationships. Um, we have children. We have lots of children. We have many children. We have we have more children than you probably would expect.
You lost me at the monogamous part. I'm gonna be honest with you. That just doesn't fit my lifestyle. And anyway,
Well,
I vote that we go talk to this Duke guy.
Hurrah! Do you would you mind going to talk to this Duke if it would just aid us possibly in the travel ahead? If all he is asking for is information.
If it does not delay us, then I have no reason to stop anyone from speaking with the Duke.
Okay.
I do not want to get involved in anything that will take a long time, because at least two of us have somewhat urgent business.
Well, and then
Wait,
so it's just dinner. It's probably going to be nice.
mm.
They may have something there, Nereus, that you prefer to drink. You never know. And plus, you're getting paid, so you don't really have a say. And then, uh, and it's dinner. We're not going to be able to leave tonight anyway, so I say we go, we see what happens. Yeah? If he only wants answer a few questions, it's pretty harmless. We could also gauge kind of who runs this town. You know? May get us in some good graces with some horses, a cart, that'd be awesome. Better than walking on foot through the snow.
I say that we go.
agreed.
Okay. But I think that Tardan, you should be the one to call Elise back over. I got you. Go ahead, call her back. Elise! And Tardan
As
wants to
you
talk to
as you call that for Elise, so Barlow Grit carrying several platters slaps him down on the table. Ah, food for you. Elise comes kind of stepping by, does another curtsy.
So, the Duke, how long until his dinner is prepared? And I'm just gonna kind of like head gesture to the food that just dropped off. It'd be kind of rude if we just left.
He's looking left and right. The food will be prepared about half an hour or so, I suppose. Wasn't sure how many would be joining us.
All five of us will be coming today. And I'm looking forward to spending more time with you. I mean, your Duke.
See. I will. Do you know where the manor is?
I believe we saw it coming in. It's the big house that's kind of
Yes.
hard to miss.
It is not something that is, I would say, usual around here. If you have difficulty getting there, just call for one of the guard. I'm sure they can escort you. I will go and prepare for all five of you to be there. Thank you so much. Just another curtsy and slowly steps away.
I'm just smiling ear to ear at
Oh,
Tardan
you- So you're-
while I start eating, while I start just killing the food as best I can.
You're eating still. Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say something to the group. Something I've learned about dining at court, eat before you go. Because it's all this, man. It's all this. Lots of this. None of this, and it's all this. So if you're hungry, like this guy, eat before you go.
Yeah, you know how
Tart.
many cucumber sandwiches you'd have to eat to get full?
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. And it's
Are you-
always it's like a, you
That
know,
was out of
it's like a
character.
it's like a presentation plate. Okay, there's like a swirl of the sauce, and then there's a scallop on the plate, and it's this big. Trust me,
Tartan
eat.
is going to mimic kind of the hand gestures that Sir Dougal did. And then he's going to mimic his voice and he's going to say, "Don't worry about this. Leave that to me, and you can still do this." And
I'm gonna do this now. I'll take what we did now. I don't care if I have to walk with it. That's okay. But Puff and I have to eat. So
Well,
Yeah, I am just killing anything that's in hand's reach of me.
you all got invited to the Duke's Manor?
yeah, should we not trust him?
Not even I have been invited there.
Right. Smash
why
his
don't you
food.
tell us what you
Enjoy
know
the-
about him, Barlow?
I'm just gonna let you all enjoy your food and go get back to the kitchen. The Duke. What can I say about the Duke? I mean, not much to say. Appointed by Lord Thalden for Lore is what we were told, and something to do with overseeing the Harak Mining Company operation to kind of accelerate their exports of iron ore for the war to fight, and weapons and armor to be made in Othema. The deliveries, all of our rock mining company, it all goes to Fort Frostbeard in Othema, to a commander named Ranglar Uku.
Wrangler Uku. Do you happen to know what race Sir Uku is?
I have no idea. I've never met the person before. It's all hearsay here at the tavern, to be honest with you. But that's where they say they go, to that person. Most of the people who head out of the caravans work for the actual company. They don't really return. Not that they don't make it there. They just, whatever share they get from escorting the caravans and helping out, and find out that, hey, better life elsewhere, I suppose. I mean, on that note,
You don't find it a bit. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want more information than that, Pelu Riza, the head of the mining company, would be a good person to talk to.
Are they here tonight by any chance?
I don't see Pelu around here. Tends to keep to the field house. Has his chambers and living quarters kind of above it, and the operation has to be ran 24 hours now, so all day.
Is the field house the building that I saw on our way in back there? The kind of bigger one with the still straw roof on it.
No, the field house is about a 30-minute walk to the slight mountainside of the northeast of here, off one of the roads, pretty impacted by carts. Going through a couple switchbacks, you'll get upon kind of the little bit of a bluff. There you'll see the field house up there. Sometimes the weather permits, you can see it from the village.
Well,
I
Well, she-
appreciate your food. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, she said kind of like dinner was gonna happen soon, right?
30 minutes, yes.
Okay. I say we grab a handful to go and make sure we're not. I mean, good impression, right? Especially if we're maybe looking to maybe get a deal or get some help getting out of town.
I'll let you all be. If you have any more questions, you know where to find me. At front of the Duke's Manor. Grumbles and walks out.
He
In-
does not seem
Insight
happy that
check.
we're
Is
going.
Barlow upset that we?
Go ahead and roll insight.
No, I got it. I got it. I got
Or
it.
you
I
could
got
just, or you could just
I-
look at Barlow grabbing a rag and ferociously cleaning off the stone slab bar counter.
buffing the same spot for like 40 minutes.
I'm gonna blame the rabbit for upsetting Barlow, but we should probably go now.
Okay, everyone's going. You guys staying?
Going.
All right, going. Go ahead and activate that map then if everyone's going. So as you make your way through the village, you get the hammering of the blacksmith at the center of the village, as well as some people kind of talking amongst themselves over large fires that are being kind of upkept throughout the day, and the sun is slightly beginning to set as the evening sets in. A lot of people are, look to be confused. Some like most of them are like passengers, right? Where you're kind of stretching out. They're by the actual hovels, and you're working your way through some of the minor roads and kind of making your way to the actual manor. There's not really a main road per se. There's more traveled roads, right? Those are kind of the intersections nearby the tavern, as well as kind of trekking up to the Harak Mining Company, to the mine. But the actual roads themselves, other than that, there's not really difference in sizing too much. So you're able to kind of work your way through some of the hovels and make your way to the northwest, and you approach this structure here. With the wind kind of howling a little bit and picking up, the snow begins to slightly fall down, temperatures dropping. This particular structure here is beautiful. You notice it's a large two-story manor currently, so it sits in front of you. It seems roughly about 38 feet tall. There's this cobbled path which you've been walking down for a little bit, and it leads off of the dirt and rock main road. There's a metallic 4-foot fencing, and it works its way around, kind of like a garden filled with thickets that could be flowering at some period. There's a grand wooden double door, and it marks the entrance into the structure as like 2 wrought iron handles, and there's some etchwork into the actual wood, and there's like glazed windows, like pocket windows on the doors, so you can like look out, but not necessarily look in because of the glaze. There is another 2-foot kind of larger door, and that sits on the southwest side of the structure, and it seems to be kind of annexed. There's no second floor above that. And you notice that there is like entrenchments of potentially like wagon wheels, right? And there's a wagon nearby there. It kind of suggests it might be almost like a garage of some sort, that you're maybe someplace to bring in supplies rather than the front door here. And then the rest of the windows, which is what you're kind of getting, are lit with a lot of light, potentially from fires and lanterns and candles. It's very bright and it's showing outwards. And they're glass and they're reinforced with metal, which is again really strange. There's no other structure in this village that has windows, and so for this structure to have windows, there has to be a lot of heat being generated all the time, especially with how many there are. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause it.
Gonna knock on the door.
Okay.
A little too hard.
A little too hard. Break one of the little pocket windows. Oh no. So you just bang on the door really loud, and kind of a few seconds you hear the door unlock and then open. You see Elise standing there. Elise now has a little bit of the vest is kind of taken off, so it's just revealing the blouse underneath. And there's a coat hanger nearby, just like to the left side of there, as well as some shelving around in this central kind of area. Begins just to take the hands and help you come into this space, knowing that it's cold and wanting to get out of the wind potentially.
Elise, it's nice to see you. Are you guys prepared for us?
Yes, we are. The dining room will be just through here. Do you have any coats that I can take, or Is there anything that I can grab from you that you don't want?
I'm gonna shake my head and look around at the rest of the group. I don't believe that anybody has anything with them. I think we lost most of our stuff in their mishap with the boat.
Oh, I see. Well, of course. Here, let me shut the door. She shuts it and begins to sidestep, aim for another double door here to the northern west kind of corner on that northern wall, slightly western side, opens it up. Begins to usher you through, just kind of sits at the side and points to this large table. So now that you're inside here, you kind of get into that, again, that entry room. There's a wooden staircase at the center of that room and it ascends to the second floor. Doors lead to various things. This one led to the dining room. The ceiling height of this floor, it seems like it's about 10 feet, so it's fairly vaulted. And you're also noticing that the materials of the actual walls and this particular, the wood actual flooring here is not from here, right? It's definitely been imported. It seems to be freshly I would say refined in a way, like craftsmanship wise. And there's just this kind of level. There is a chandelier that's above this table currently. There's candles that are lit on it. It's a crystal chandelier and it's dangling down. There's shelving with decorated artwork and other sorts of trinkets and whatnot. There's a fireplace roaring in this particular room. This fireplace is quite large, resembles that of the tavern, and there's a kind of a wood pile next to it and a wooden kind of crate. Everything's well picked up. Everything's kept. There's aromas blossoming from the kitchen. It's just a single wooden door on the western side of the wall. And at the head of this particular table, who's currently has a golden goblet and is drinking some wine after sloshing it around, appears to be a human. And it's a slender and pale male human, fair skin, hazel eyes, has an elegant face with high cheekbones, beautiful complexion. There's short, wavy brown hair. Wears a dark fur cloak over a red leather vest and a white silk tunic. There's black leather pants tucked into matching boots that have a little bit of like this golden lace to them and some fur. There is a black leather belt. It has a few leather purses that are attached to it. And adorned upon the neck is a kind of this golden necklace with a very interesting white gemstone inlaid into it. On the actual fingers, there are several gold and silver rings, and they're filled with a random assortment of precious stones. Not really paying too much attention as you kind of walk in, is still kind of sipping it and drinking, almost like indulging in it, and notices you all there and sits down and stands up and raises his extra stance. Welcome, welcome. I am the Duke Umbrian Aurello, and you all are survivors. Please sit down. Come sit. I'm sure you've been through so much. Elise, would you help them? See, Elise can kind of pull the chairs back for you all to sit down wherever you'd like.
Duke. All the way on the end, man.
It's a log
I
table.
know how this game is played.
Oh my god.
It's a log table. Yes, to drink. What would you all like? We have wine. Comes from Athrena, and particularly a halfling town called Ceylon. It's fantastic. We also have some ale from the Windy Ale House, which is out of Ismar. And of course, we can get something harder yet. Distilled liquors, brandy, and rum, and all sorts of goods.
What is it that you're drinking tonight, Duke?
This is about a three-decade-old red out of what once was Uther. Some of the cultivations of the jungles there. It is a prized collection, I will do say. Would you like some?
I will have exactly what you're having.
Elise walks around, grabs a pitcher that's actually at the table currently, grabs it, and then begins to fill. The actual settings are already out, so it's all gold silverware, as well as gold goblets and plates, and as well as accoutrement there, and begins to pour it out for you and sets the pitcher down. Anyone else?
Elise, can you bring me your best approximation of frothy?
Frothy. I will
Take that word and do what you will.
I will certainly try. It'll be my
Dougal looks at Nereus and goes,
He's not even looking at you.
Will be my
purposely
utmost
looking away.
pleasure. Disappears. Before going to the kitchen, you notice the Elise slightly puts a hand on the Duke's right shoulder, just kind of touches it just a little bit as passes by, and then disappears into the kitchen and shuts the door. She'll be out.
Is there anything behind that gesture?
Roll insight.
I gotta ask.
Why don't you just say something? So how long have you guys been sleeping together?
24 seems to be a gesture of comfort and just kind of giving almost like they've been a relationship maybe just from the 5 is that they've been working for quite some time together, and that they're kind of just passing by, giving a little bit of a gesture. I don't know how much too much information you want to get from that. If it's a romantic gesture or if it's a friendly gesture, it wasn't much to go off of to be able to differentiate between the two.
But this is something a little more than a strict employer-employee relationship, I guess. There's like something more to it than that.
I wouldn't say that there's something more to it than that. I would probably say that it's definitely almost like a comfort thing at this point, being this far north, potentially where these two have come from. Maybe kind of adds to that they're alone in some ways, and so they found comfort potentially with each other.
Okay.
Servant kind of walks into the room, bows. Yeah, Stephen. Anybody else? Anything? Duke speaks.
Something from Ismar, please.
Ah, get you a nice ale then. Other servant walks away, disappears into the kitchen.
So, Duke, I'm gonna look around the table and kind of look at everybody. What is it that you wish to know? Do you want the full story or the quick and dirty?
Oh, I mean, we have a lot of time. I'm sure this will go into the evening if you all allot it. And yes, tell me, do tell. Tell me where you come from, where you hail from, your stories. Tell me who you are. I want to get into what it's like to be shipwrecked. It seems so exhilarating, so exciting. Was it?
I mean, it's definitely different than this life that you have here. And I'll tell you one thing. I've had a life very similar, and I chose the shipwreck.
I see. Wow, that's very interesting. See, Stephen has now pours you out of a fresh gold and slightly silver pitcher an ale into your golden goblet. Sets down the pitcher alongside Throck. And anybody else? Anybody else? No? Nothing to drink?
I'm more interested in the food, if I'm honest.
Oh. So, well, food will be served. We have, of course, several meals. Expect how many would be here? I'm trying to aim for 5 courses tonight. I think that would be suitable. I don't want to keep you all too long.
Outstanding. It's been forever since we ate, so yeah, food would be great.
Oh.
So
Starving.
Yes, starving.
Famished.
Famished. Well, Stephen, if you fetch the cook, tell him we're ready. Bounce the head, disappears into the kitchen.
So Duke, how's the mining business?
Oh well, I mean it is what it is. It's definitely a little bit beneath me, to be quite honest, where I come from. Anyways,
you.
Yes, yes. But it's been going well. We've definitely increased how much volume we've been extracting from the mine, and of course, with my efforts and delegation and administration, I think that we've achieved that. And Lord Thalwyn prized over this region, and the city of Othema will be glad of our endeavor here.
Is this lord associated with the Talthars?
Well, the Fowlor family has been with the Talthars for quite some time. I believe their lineage dates back to some of the foundations of Justicars, which are these paladins that are devoted to Palor and combat as well, and quite highly trained. If I actually recall, I believe the sister to Lord Dalenfalor was the queen, married to King Rildor at some point, but she's passed away after the birth of their first and only child.
Oof.
Yes. A bit of a tragedy, of course, dying in childbirth like that, but the king is happy to have an heir.
So do you? I mean, this town is here because of the mine. You export iron, and that's what drives the town. Yes.
Well, it's not just iron. There's many things that the Frosthorn can deliver. Sometimes we find mithril. There was a point that we were getting excited of some animantine. That was quite a scare in a way. It ended up being foolhardy there. But gems and other stones that we're able to obtain fetches a good price. But currently, iron is at the forefront. It's much needed for steel, for weapons, for armor, outfit soldiers that are shipping out to fight in the war to the south.
Yes, they can use that. So, can I be blunt with you?
Yes, go ahead. Police comes back, this time holding some sort of picture and just kind of looking at it. Begins to walk over to you, Sir Dougal, after requesting that.
What kind of froth? What kind of froth?
This is some rum that I have mixed together with an ale. It's a good froth. I tried my best. It will be quite good, I'm sure. Has literally
Okay,
a
thank you.
4-inch head on it. The picture's like kind of spilling out at this point.
Oh, really? I'm gonna take it to Nereus and put it down in front of him and kind of wait for him to examine it and count to 10. If he doesn't touch it, I'll drink it.
Okay. Food is being served. It seems like the first course as Stephen comes around and begins to kind of hand things off. Resembles that of almost like a winter salad in a way, with a few different vegetables and berries and other things that are put together, and just a starter course. There are also some fancy cheeses on some surfboards and charcuterie, and it's very elegant, it's very regal, and there's definitely things that are found that are not found up here that are here currently as far as food.
Duke, this all looks lovely. Though I can't imagine that you invite all of those that travel through your town for dinner.
Oh, no, of course I do not. In fact, we haven't had guests here for quite some time. I really, I have met with Pelu a few times here, and of course invited over for dinner, but there is not exactly a great many people here that would be worthy to dine at this table. But you all have survived the shipwreck, and I had to find out. I had to figure this, and I sent a lease and to fetch potentially those who could tell about this tragedy, could really inform. And from the conversation, it seemed like you all led them here to the bay, leading the first ship in a way, as well as some of them report, at least some of the crew, through their hearsay, that you all fought something. Is this true?
We fought a few things.
Word travels quickly.
Yes.
Oh, well, it's a small village. Of course it does.
But I can't help but think that Elise seems like a very capable hand. She could have gathered you report, gave you these stories herself. I feel as if you're more interested specifically on the fact that we were in combat and survived.
Well, I mean, that is one detail of the report that my humble Elise has brought back. And I do mean, I mean, this was the ship they said that reported went down as the Striker, yes?
Yes.
That's owned and operated by the Far Water Company, and I imagine the Wrecker is along with that as well. I've transferred some cargo in their hulls before, based out of Lathan myself in my business. And I happen to actually know the captain of Kilunyan personally at some point, in earlier before he was hired on as captain with that particular vessel. So, I mean, yes, combat is a part of it, but it is also to figure out more to this story and to really get a sense of why you ended up here.
Well, Duke, as someone who is so well connected, perhaps you would know why there was a blockade around Elathan.
Yes, well, word has spread up here about that. Obviously late. We don't do any exports at sea. It's too treacherous in this bay, but sad to hear it. Great many companies will be put out of work, and many people will. Yeah. That's the Talthars.
Well, it sounds like you're looking to be entertained by the story. So, telling stories happens to be my specialty.
Oh, really? Oh, I see. We
And
have a storyteller in our midst.
And playing them out is Dougal and my specialty.
Yes, they are accompanying acts with a little bit of special effects from me, and I'm going to hold my hands up and kind of do some prestigitation and do a little bit of fireworks and some smoke puffs and.
So as Tardan tells the story, I'm actually going to get up and take my fork and run over to Dougal like the lizard man did,
Like a trident.
and give him the give me the good old give me the kick.
Right. Right. The handspring backwards, kicking him off the side of the ship.
Mhm.
Again, again, again.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, charge right at him.
And
Right.
what are these creatures you're acting out here? What is this?
Well, why don't I show you? And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cast Dancing Light, which I can kind of combine all four of them to a roughly vague humanoid feature. And I'm going to kind of try to mirror out kind of the fish people. And I'm going to kind of explain what they look like.
Ah, wow, those. That sounds very scary. Stand a chance against anything like that. Why? And you all survived this ordeal. That is absolutely stunning.
I think they took it easy on us because I think they might be his family, and I'm appointed in Arius.
Oh well, merfolk. Is that what? Doesn't seem like that's what you were attacked by. It sounds like you were attacked by what they call a Swahigan.
Oh, what?
You already know more than we do. What
Ah,
is a Swahigan?
well, sometimes pronounced Swahagan. Depends on your pronunciation, but yes, they are creatures at the far south of Arthuria, mainly occupied around the Isle of Beer. Not exactly too friendly, with some ships every once in a while. Maybe a trade or two. A boat has been attacked. I'm surprised you all encountered them this far north.
I think we were all rather surprised too. However, that wasn't actually the most surprising part of the whole ordeal.
Oh,
And I'm going to kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was continue. I almost spilled my wine there.
I want to look at him and see if he kind of already knew that there was more, or if he's actually just trying to get more information out of us, like he doesn't know.
Okay, so that would be an insight check. Go for it.
Attributes.
He seems to not know. Based on doing the theater performance, they seem to be analyzing the figure in great detail, right? Kind of analyzing it up and down, really kind of captivated by the story. And recalling the information strikes you as someone that just knows a lot of things. So he's be well educated, maybe has some worldly knowledge as well. And this particular individual also is not young, definitely a middle-aged human.
I'm going to go ahead and let my dancing lights concentration fade as I kind of look over towards the doctor, as I call him. And I start telling the tale about the dragon and the kraken, and I particularly mentioned the swirling storm cloud that was of peculiar color. However, I don't tell him the colors. I just mention kind of the weird details of it, just to see if he provides us anything.
Goodness, that is astonishing. I am so surprised. How could anything like that? In the Forgotten Sea, I do know they called it the Forgotten for some reason, but in this cloud, it's and just what you're saying is the wrecker, it's gone. And the striker as well to this?
Yes, they're both deceased. And all of the crew of the wrecker and most of the crew of the striker.
My gosh. It's such a tragedy. By this point, third course is coming out.
Duke, I can appreciate your curiosity. It is an expected reaction, but I mean to interrupt you. My friends and I, we need passage. We need safe and expeditious passage out of Harak. We must make our way to through the Frosthorn Pass. I mean to press you for any resources, any contacts, any connections, any method you may have to make that experience easier for us.
I see. Well, currently, the Rock Mining Company, we have, I believe there's 2 more caravans to be headed out before the pass actually closes, before the seasons change. Here, we go through 2 seasons. Through kind of a summer, a mixture of fall, and then directly into winter. About 3 days from now, that is when the caravan the first of the 2 will be headed out. I can write something down, maybe take that to Pelu. He's the one who kind of organizes that whole thing. I'm sure they can help you get some sort of expeditious. Maybe we can get it sent earlier. I suppose, and how much they've extracted and if it's ready to be sent. But as far as horses and wagons and what I can provide, it is really through the company, and our resources are running a little bit low. We do have horses on standby in case we need to have some riders, but in the stables. But most of them are used to pull, as well as mountain goats. We've had to substitute. Very surprised how large a herd of how much herd of mountain goats can actually pull when required. I never knew such a thing could ever happen, but it does. It's far north. It's astonishing.
I expect you wouldn't know much about animals, would you?
Duke's slightly tipsy at this point. Animals. I have a horse, a nice stallion.
Well,
Does
we're
that help
happy
you?
to.
I don't know if
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. We're
Yes.
happy to if if it worked towards guaranteeing our passage on the next available caravan, we would be happy to um, exchange our gratitude
Oh,
for you in a form of favor or payment.
well, a favor, a payment. Well, I mean that's something to work out
Something
with.
maybe that you need done.
Uh, Something to work out with Pelu. But I mean, if you're looking to get a jump on potentially helping out, I do know I was sent a messenger here about 2 hours ago. It says there's something that has tunneled into the mine, and there's some miners that have really sanctioned it off. I've sent a few guard up there to really get a matter of the situation. They've been up there for haven't returned yet to tell me what has happened, but we can always try to investigate that situation. I'm sure it'll be fine. It could just be another large rat or something that they get bothered by a few times. And beyond that, Pelu might have something else for you, and that's about it. I don't think your coin will be much use to me, anyways. But gratitude, and even if you didn't want to go out on a caravan, I'm sure that my signature and my note can at least get you some supplies from the company. They have a large storeroom and maybe some warmer clothing, perhaps.
And when does this caravan leave? You said it a couple days. You said 2 days,
3 days time.
3 days.
3 days.
The day would be one of those days, I suppose. The 20th, so today's the 17th.
What, do you have any more information about this disturbance in the mine? Is that hindering the operation at least? Have you lost anybody because of this?
I mean, it's been so recent. The messenger really was just informing me that there was an incident that some tunneling had happened, and was it any context to the situation? If I was to get more information, I suppose I can send someone up to the company, maybe talk to Pelu directly. Maybe there's been some more messaging that has gone up there. But I mean, we're at dinner here. You all are my guests, so that could happen in the morning, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if people's lives are at risk, I mean, I know it's against protocol when at one of these dinners. However, lives take precedence, I do believe. Elise could always show us to Pelu's abode.
I'm sure she can, if that is all what you would like to do. Head to the field house. Sun's setting, temperature will be dropping. We can get you some warm clothes. I have a nice large wardrobe. I think I fit all of you. Yeah, maybe not. Looks at the orc. Not this one, maybe.
As long as you have.
But they would require our help.
I'm just gonna sigh as I look at Harak, knowing he was right. As long as you have the clothes, I can fashion them to fit him. That shouldn't be a problem.
But Stephen, would you please go fetch some things up from my wardrobe for our fine guests here, and Elise, if you would like to prepare for getting a nice trek, maybe warmer clothes and changing out your boots. Don't want them getting too muddy in the manor, of course. Both disappear.
We are not seriously going to go into a mine.
I mean, let's at least go see what Pelu knows, right? Somebody's
Why?
life. If it was your brother that was in the mine, would you want us to go investigate?
You think a merfolk would be in a mine?
If your brother was trapped in an underwater cave, would you want us to go investigate?
my
It's
brother
very
was lost
unlikely.
in the wilderness, I would let him starve. The weak deserved what comes to them.
I don't think any of our family members are in this mine, are they? That's what I thought. I thought we were in a hurry.
Well, we are. I am.
Is the Duke still in the
Um,
room?
Yes.
Shit.
Okay.
but
Half drunk
if
at
it
this point.
seems like, if it seems like, actually, before I speak, does Sir Dougal think he's really drunk, or does Sir Dougal think that he's putting it on?
Roll insight.
Gonna say if he's keeping up with Tardan, he's probably drunk. Tardan's probably drunk, actually.
Seems to be half drunk. He's been drinking a lot of wine, as far as you can tell, from getting refills and enjoying themselves.
So I am in a rush. I am definitely short on time, but it seems like the next caravan isn't leaving for 3 days.
We're more
So
than capable without a caravan of landwalkers.
The caravan would only slow us down.
I would actually argue against that. I don't think it would slow you down. It actually quickens the pace. The pass can get quite treacherous, and having with the warmth of a nice wagon and supplies and as well as some expedient speed and who knows? You could even. You might be
I
able
certainly
to.
don't.
Well,
I think I think the problem, Duke, is that while the caravan may expedite us, in the time it takes you to wait until they get ready, we will already be at the pass. We'll have a 2-day head start.
that is true.
So,
That is true. Well, I mean, if you can survive sub-zero temperatures, and I suppose you can, by all means.
I'm gonna.
I certainly don't know where we're going. I appreciate that some of us think they can navigate this wilderness, but I would be, I would, I would be virtually lost. Um, I'd have no hope of finding my way. I'm not entirely sure I know where I am right now.
Oh well, you're in the humble mountain village of Harak.
I take that that's true. What I mean is, I don't know where. Uh, yes, thank you,
Well, you're most welcome. Tardan, please make a
gracious
wisdom
Duke.
saving throw.
You said Constitution, is that what I heard?
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, wisdom. Got it.
Wisdom.
My man.
Ooh, suck it, Duke.
That man trying to get me drunk out here.
Was there something that happened in a that we
Nobody can
noticed,
tell.
or what does it not? We didn't notice. Nothing to notice.
Nobody knows.
Well,
If you would be willing to organize horses for us, Duke, I would give you the pleasure of a performance.
Well, I would be. I mean, that would be very exciting. I would love to get horses for you, but again, most of what we have up here has to be used in just transporting these caravans. We have very little, and I mean, I suppose I can try to work something up for you. Give me a day or so. Come back tomorrow, maybe. Fifth course is delivered at this point. It's dessert. It's a cake.
Carrot cake.
It's a carrot cake.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Fresh, different sorts of dried fruits and nuts, and there is a Italian meringue buttercream on it. Ooh, have you ever had that before?
Puff.
It's so good.
Puff is laying prone on the table with his belt unbuckled, just like throwing nuts, throwing them.
I really hope. Never mind. I'm just gonna leave that alone.
That means
Uh,
nothing to me and less to my character.
Pardon is going to take the courtesy bite and then announce to the Duke that he is full.
I mean, 5 courses. I wouldn't blame you. Duke is taking little bites himself here, and uh, what? What is your name, my folks? So I didn't even get your names or introductions. Really, I'm a terrible host. I apologize.
They're terrible company. I'm Nereus.
Darius, I would love to hear your performance. I have heard that merfolk performances are legendary. I agree. I will try to do what I can and see if I can and find some horses for you, some nice pack horses. Perhaps tomorrow, making your way here midday or so. Try to work it out.
All right.
Right. Well, and if there's anything here, well, at some point through the conversation, Elise has kind of stepped in at this point, as well as Steven's kind of laying down onto the tables, different like wool or bear, actual like fine cloaks that have been almost hides have been trimmed and tailored and there's just they're immaculate in a way. They're just being laid down on the table on either side, away from all the food in a way, and just Steven's kind of laying down a random assortment of them at some point. And then Lee seems to be wearing a little bit more warmer attire, different boots, and just stands there at the ready. Oh well. If you all are full, you're more than welcome to leave. If you'd like to head up to the field house, I'm sure Palo Riza would love to see you all.
Quick question. Are any of those wolf pelts?
Yes.
Okay. How many of them?
Just one.
I would like to take that back to Elise and ask her for a different one for whoever it was given to.
Okay. She walks away. See, Duke's just kind of staring. Oh, and I might as well write you that note now if you're headed there, right? Are you all headed there now? Yes, that's what you've all decided.
Yeah. Right away, Duke.
All right. Steven's left this room. Now Duke leaves the room as well.
As soon as he leaves, I look at Nereus and I'm like, this guy is just he's a showpiece. He doesn't know anything. He just sits in this warm house and he drinks wine all day. He doesn't know what's going on. So I don't think that really we're like just entertainment to him and that's it. He's wasting our time.
Now you know how I feel all the time.
Well, I definitely agree with that. Sorry, Nereus. That he's a showpiece.
And the question is then, how involved do we want to be in this town? We could easily just go back to Frosty L, hit the stables, grab supplies ourselves, and take what we can from this place that he offers for free, and leave tomorrow.
Well, the captain's dying words were asking us to take care of the people on board. It wouldn't exactly be right to leave them with a monster afoot. However, I'm just after the story, so I could care less. If you want to leave, we can leave.
I'm sure there are plenty of miners in the way before they get down to the village, so the people could run when they hear the screams.
Run out into the freezing cold, yes.
It's only going to get colder.
Rock, what do you think?
I don't think that the Duke knows much about hard travel. So I think we might as well leave in the morning, caravan or no caravan.
I agree that he probably, I dare say, he may have only taken that journey one time just to get here. I don't think he's traveled it. We should talk to somebody who actually travels the path.
You mean like Palo, who organizes it, and we need to
So-
talk to anyway about the mine.
Exactly. Just talk to them. Get the information from somebody besides the showrunner here. And if you guys steal some of the silverware, I'm not. It's fine. It's fine. It's right here in front of me. It's fine.
I would never steal any silverware.
I mean, gold silverware could be melted down to give somebody 1,000 meals, probably.
It's rather tacky.
But effective.
Your conversation.
Narius, are you saying that the silverware is tacky, or are you saying that the sentiment is tacky?
Yes.
I love that answer. It's great.
Nereus, do you ever have fun?
Not when you're around.
Oh, Elise,
Arden's just gonna frown.
thank goodness you've came back.
Rock hands you a different cloak, this time just made out of wool, black. Yes, I did make it back, and I do have the note here, signed as well as stamped by the Duke. Unfortunately, the Duke is rather indisposed at the present moment. Will be heading for bed, and does apologize for not being able to say goodbye to you personally. I'll be taking you up to the field house now, if you are ready to go.
Well, let's go.
Right then. As you all get ready to depart, Elise turns around and locks the doors. Actually, has a key ring. Just kind of turns and locks it, puts it back in within the cloak, bundles themselves up, begins the trudge to the field house. Temperature dropping at this point. The snow is getting quite medium, almost heavy. It's about 15 degrees Fahrenheit. As you are kind of huddled and bunched together, making your way up a road, then to some switchbacks, about 30 minutes or so. Switchbacks are gradual, not very much, and you kind of climb up upon this like kind of almost like a bluff, a little bit of an area. And as you follow this path, it kind of goes down a little bit into like a miniature, like maybe a valley in a way of that bluff. And you notice that to the northern side of this field house, there is kind of a few structures with straw that are pitched up, maybe it's a couple tents that are over there, and you hear the noises of horses, potentially that's where they're storing the horses up this road that goes to the north, as well as some wagons that are kind of pitched around that area. To the south of this particular area is a couple canopies that have been pitched with long tables that are cleared at this point, except for fires of braziers, as well as food that's being cooked, potentially for miners that are going to be working through the night to feed them. So there's a lot of fires and smoke and light and heat that's being generated to the south of this particular place. And then eastward is where the mine's entrance is, and it's about 150 to 200 feet off of this map. And it kind of goes directly into the mountainside that's almost stooped and sloped down. And it's kind of protruding outwards a little bit, and it's made out of a large piece of stone that's been cobbled into a semi-arch, and there appears to be tracks that are ran, a few actual Mining carts that are used on those tracks are now leaning against an outside and scattering around the area. There's light coming from within. People are walking in and out of that area as well. And then there are particularly several wagons that are full of material outside of this particular spot. And you're noticing that they're working off of almost like a hoist with a net at the bottom. And this hoist is being swung around. Mining cart comes down. They're putting the ore through shovels into the net, and they're lifting it up, dispensing it into the wagon. That is the process that you're seeing. That is, again, towards the mining entrance to the east. This structure that you're being walked to currently, it's almost at the central point, in a way, of where you're heading. This particular structure is a 2-story stone and wooden building with a flat clay tiled roof and an adjacent storage house. It's next to this main road here. The stone building appears to be slightly elevated by a stone staircase, and a stone door is closed with a sign nearby that states the Harak Mining Company. You're not getting much light off of the building. It seems to be well insulated and well sealed. There's no windows. There's a particular half-orc that is sitting outside of it, leaning against, smoking a pipe. It's currently bundled up. It's just leaning against the wall. A few people are near the braziers, lit. They're talking. A couple more people are hanging out and just moving about. This operates 24 hours a day, so even when it's cold, people are bundled up. They're talking amongst themselves, taking a break. People are heading in and out. So it's just this whole kind of ecosystem up here, people moving and rotating and shifting. Not much foot traffic on the road, as the swing shift has already occurred, right? So on the road up to this point, you didn't see much of anything. And when you finally got to this place, this is what you see. So Lisa's kind of motions, this way, come with me, and pushes past. People are kind of staring at you at this point. She makes way for this particular door here, goes up to it, knocks upon the door, and you hear a voice coming from inside. Oh, come in, yes. Opens the door, walks in a bit, and ushers you all to come in, and tells the last person to walk in to please shut the door. I'm assuming you're following.
Yes.
All right, put you inside. You're good. So as you come in, you're met into kind of this open floor plane here at the first floor. You see a circular hearth that seems to be fueled by odd obsidian rocks. It resides in the center of this decent-sized room. It seems to be glowing with a green dancing flame. However, there's no smoke. There's no chimney above it, but it is providing warmth. There are several shelves along the northwestern eastern walls with books and scrolls. Large wooden desks with many drawers postures on the eastern side of the building. The desk has its legs removed, thus lowering kind of the entire piece. It's like slamming it down. Behind the desk are a matching wardrobe and a shelf. A small kitchenette sits on the southern wall with a few pieces of food. The second floor of the staircases kind of winds up and leads at stone. Most likely leads to what was kind of described as Pela lives above this, right? So the bedroom, potentially an area up there. The figure that currently has the feet up upon the desk is drinking off of a silver goblet, as well as has a map out with a note. A few other utensils are to map make, like cartography, are about this desk. Is a male gnome with pale white skin, blue-green eyes, his long raven black hair with fierce features, wears a thick black fur robe over a white cloth tunic and blue sash. Black leather and fur trousers make their way into black fur boots. He has a couple of jeweled gold and silver rings upon his fingers and a single golden chain necklace around his neck. What is a little bit kind of about the room, there's two things, right? Obviously the rocks, that's a little odd. And the particular dresser or wardrobe that's at his backside is covered and etched with magical arcane runes. Sees you all come in, puts the feet off the desk and comes around. It is a gnome, shuffles around the desk a little bit, holds out the hand. Hello, I'm Elu Riza at your service. At least at this point, just introduces you all in a way. Pelu Riza, these are survivors from the shipwreck. I'm sure it made your way here, conversation. And they have come here looking to get some things from you. Here's a note from the Duke. It explains exactly the situation. I we'll be heading off. If you all don't mind, is there anything else you need before I venture away?
Aren't you interested in finding out more about the mine? Aren't you in charge of the guard?
I am currently just an aide to the Duke. There are guard that were sent up here. I do not know where they are. I'm sure that they will investigate the matter and come figure it out. They will come back to the manor. I plan to receive them when they make way, but I should be getting back.
Tardan's just gonna nod.
Shuffles
Thanks
out,
for escorting us, and be safe.
of course. You all take care as well. Disappears and shuts the door. Halu still has an outstretched hand to you, Rock.
I wasn't trying to leave him hanging. I just didn't want to interrupt to say that I'd shake his hand.
Sure.
I'll do it very coldly.
Oh, yep. Strong hands you have. Nice. And, yep, shuffles and begins to teeter over. And you? No?
What?
You don't... You offer your hand and... My name's Palo Riza. Who are you?
Narius.
Narius. Lovely name. Yeah. And you over here? Who are you?
Oh. Indigo.
Ah, Indigo. Nice to meet your acquaintance. Palo Riza, head of the Rock Mining Company, and you here. Ah, you're an interesting fellow, aren't you?
Cotton Forge. Sir
Cotton-
Dougal.
Sir,
Cotton
sir,
Forge.
you're a sir. Well, we are in the presence
am.
of nobility here, aren't we?
I am a knight of the Sealy Court. I have been honored by Her Royal Highness, the Summer Queen. And I am here on urgent business.
Okay.
We hope to help you in the mines.
I have to read the note. Shuffle about. And you here? Oh, look at you. Aren't you a dashing fellow?
I am going to shake his hand and give him a slight bow. I am Tardan Salangil.
Interesting. Where do you come from?
A place down south. I'd prefer to not talk about it. However, your bookshelf catches my eye. My family had some things kind of similar to that.
I see. Well, you have your secrets. I'll keep mine. I do like a good game of cat and mouse. Shuffles back over to the chair and sits down.
Pelu. May I
So,
look at those
unfurls it.
runes?
What? Oh, the my wardrobe here?
Yes.
Of course, you may look as you wish. I see.
I will, as he reads.
This Duke can be quite demanding. Let me tell you.
Do you enjoy working for him?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not exactly working for him as much as I'm commanded to do such dealings with someone. I'm putting it lightly, I suppose.
Commanded's a strong word.
Well, commanded is what it is. That's what the Talthars require, and this is what Lord Thalenfalor has done. I've already sought an audience, but my aim at court is that of a business person. Of course, this is beyond business. They have no sense of how much all this costs.
Now is business.
Well, we sell our fraction of a price to make sure we meet the quota. We work our labor 24 hours, and they are mainly young and experienced youth. What do you think is happening?
Exploitation.
That is my... Well, I'm hitting the nail on the head, this one. I do. You know what? You come over here. Let me get you a drink. Just fetches it over. Just pours out a thing of wine for you and hands it a silver goblet.
You are a man after my own heart, and I'm just going to kind of toast him a little bit, and then I'm going to start drinking the wine.
Yes. Sits back down in the chair. I would offer you all drinks, but I'm sure you've had your fill at the Duke's Manor. That's where you've come from. So I suppose so. If Elise was with you, never leaves the Duke's side. That one.
So I have another weird question for you. Have you actually met the Duke? Has
I
he
have,
ever
yes.
made his way? Okay.
Not up here to the field house, no, not to the encampment we have here at the mine, but I have, of course, I must deal with him once a week, sometimes more often. I sent a messenger not about 3 hours ago at this point, based on we've had some sort of tunneling in. Now, there were guard that were sent, they have returned, and they were headed back to the village. I suppose they were supposed to get to the Duke's Manor, but I don't know where they've headed off to at this point. Maybe to get a drink at the Frosty L Tavern, who knows? But yes, I've been told by those that are inside. It's on one of our new expeditions to the southeast. We've been exploring more further into the mine, trying to find more deposits and such. And these creatures have emerged from this tunneling in, so to speak, something that caved into our new area that we've ventured in and opened up. I've had these miners block it off at this point, and they say nothing has happened yet. I haven't had word. No conflict has arose. So, as far as these creatures that are still in there, I don't know what they look like or what they're doing. There's a lot of debris, a lot of clouds, a lot of smoke and such. And honestly, I thought the guard would do more, but it's a rock. They are really let's say, paid by the Duke, so it's more like a private guard rather than a village guard, I suppose. And you, I mean, this sir here, Sir Dougal, you have stated that you are here to help with that, yes?
Well, we are here to help. I'm not really sure yet how. I am wondering what is going to happen when we discover that in an invasive way you have burrowed your way into some indigenous animal's home, disrupted its ecosystem, endangered its life, and when it attempted to fight back, you hired mercenaries to kill it. Now, that might not be the case.
I don't think what that's happening here. I'm sure you're confused.
I certainly hope it's not. No, I hope it's not. I do hope it's not. I'm just worried what I might do if it is.
Have the creatures you've encountered, have they proven to be hostile?
Oh, well, no, they have not attacked necessarily. Yeah, there was a few that were in there during the tunneling in, and we have yet to hear from them.
Can you describe them?
Well, they came out of from the debris. From what the reports say, is they're bipedal. They walk on two legs. They're quite short. They're not beasts, if that's what your friend is describing. We've scampered on some giant rat's nest of some kind. It has happened before. I don't believe that's the case.
That you're the second person who said giant rat, so...
That's a common thing down the mines. We open up into a new adventure and rats appear. People, we don't try to dig too far. That would be a good
example
down.
Of a giant beast.
Yes.
Well, to be fair, hypothetically, let's say, what happens when you keep digging and you run out of iron and you need to head their way?
Well, I mean, we continue to explore. We do have above ground efforts, and in fact, we had a team of prospectors heading out into the northern mountainscape here. They have yet to return. Been missing for 2 days now. But that's another matter. I'm sure you're not here for that. No, we send prospectors out and we try to figure out, hey, should we venture this way or that way or this way, and we do above ground sampling. We do our work here. Don't just haphazardly dig.
So I have a proposition for you, and I think it'll make everybody here happy. If you could, by chance, move up your caravan, say to midday tomorrow, the five of us wouldn't mind going into the mine and taking a look around just to make sure that you're not going to be interrupted again.
Well, I suppose that could work out. I mean, the Duke has already signed here and has already delegated that I'm supposed to do something of that sort, anyways. And I mean, the caravan is not exactly loaded currently. We're still trying to fill it, so it would be a slight of a half shipment, and I won't be there, no Thema, to get Lord Down for Laws or Commander Wrangler Uku's wrath. So I suppose we got a deal.
And to be clear, go ahead.
Would our involvement in this operation aid the Talthars?
Well, it would aid me. I mean, I suppose indirectly you would be aiding the Talthars. After all, they're the one who ordered the decree to get this shipment going, but it really came from Lord Down for Law, specifically.
Well, that would make things more difficult for me.
Well, we'd also be disrupting them because now they're only getting a half shipment out of the one caravan. I'd say it's a trade. It's a win-win across the board.
Roll an Arcana check for me, Thrak, after analyzing the wardrobe. 8. The magical runes inscribed upon it appear to be quite common. They are relating to a specific school of magic. That school of magic is difficult to read out. If you spend some more time with it, you might be able to figure it out.
To be clear, we're not going to exterminate your problem. We are going to evaluate your problem.
That is a great description of what you all are going to do.
Well, I am very wise in this town.
Yes, very
currently.
Wise.
I am.
Yes, very wise.
Yes.
You are quite a strange bunch, aren't you?
We are. Period.
All right. Well, I mean, if there's nothing else to be said, I suppose.
Well, I do have a question for you, Pelu.
Yes, ask away.
And I'm going to ask this to him. Ask him this in Gnomish.
Okay.
What do you know of the wizard Airpip?
Well, that is a name I have not heard for some time. I suppose to you it means something. I don't know what. Would you enlighten me?
I believe that he is aiding an enemy of mine.
Well, I haven't known Earpip for some time. It's more of an acquaintance, really. Zoomfear and Chandronar studied wizardry together. Well, it's just my class, anyways. I didn't exactly graduate. I had other business to do.
So that's not very much information.
Well, I don't know what you are aiming to seek. Like I'm friends with every gnome. or even all gnomes who practice magic, I suppose. I have my own talents that I've drafted over, but again, I was only a student for a couple of years. I learned a few tricks, but my goals were aimed more of getting back up north.
Well, then, do you at least know what school of wizardry he practiced?
At that year, it would be general studies. I couldn't tell you what Herr Pip had settled on.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of lean into Dougal and Nereus and say we need to talk outside.
I'll follow you.
All right, are you all headed out then?
Yeah,
I'm
we're
leaving in the middle of that conversation.
we're gonna we'll head in and let you know what we find when we return. If
All
you're
right.
still open.
Yes.
Do you have a map of the
Yes, well,
tunnels?
I was gonna hand you one, but your friends are so quick to get out of here. It seems to be in a rush. Only I can get this kind of service from the village guard. Hands you a map of the rock mine.
I'm gonna take the map and kind of as a gesture, just do a nice little puff of smoke as I grab it, just to give him a chuckle before heading for the door.
Oh, and do come back, you. We can have a
Oh, I'm
celebratory drink
sure.
later.
Yes, we must.
Oh, good deal. And shut the door on your way out. Thank you.
I'm gonna as soon as we make the door, I'm gonna look at the group and say, follow me, we need to get some answers. And I'm gonna make my way over to this group of workers
Okay.
just to the south of us.
And that's what I told him. Don't take my package. Whoa! Oh, it's a good one, Frederick. Like, slowly I'll turn around to you.
Gentlemen, how's your evening?
Dwarf next to you speaks. Oh, it's been going pretty good. How about yours?
Can I ask you a very blunt question?
Blood. There's no time for talk around here anyways. Go for it.
How much do you make a day?
They all look to each other. Scratch their heads. Pay 2 silver pieces a week.
2 silver a week?
Yep.
I'll pay you each 2 silver if you give me 5 minutes of your time and your honesty.
Well, that seems like a fair trade, ain't it, boys? Yeah.
Okay. I reach in my pouch and I flip 10 silver between the 5 of them, 2 to each.
Well, currency like this, you must be coming far away, eh?
Remember, I'm asking the questions.
Oh. Excuse me.
Honesty, we paid for it. What's in the mine? What's the problem in there?
Where they're passing word of mouth coming to, at least to this point, some sort of dwarfs in there.
Dwarves, you say?
Yeah. Looking like me. They got weapons, armor. They're moving things around. We got it blocked off pretty good, and they haven't made any attempt to push in. I don't know what the heck they're doing.
Can you show us on this map, and I'll gesture for Tardan. Can you show us on this map where they are?
I'll go ahead and hold out the map.
Right over here. If I can ping appropriately. Can't ping. Gotta refresh. 1 second. Gonna ping you to it on the map. What is exactly what the ping be? Let's see if it works after refresh. Oh, the ping isn't working. That's so sad. There it goes. Yeah. The whole mine's made up long before I paid to read about it. Clan office dwarves used to run it. Labeled up in dwarvish. It's on the last trail through on the fork. This one here. And you're gonna hang a right. That's it. That tunnel, that auxiliary tunnel right there has been blocked off. We haven't done much digging anything out yet. Obviously, it's a new adventure we got going on. This is just part of the map, by the way.
Okay. What is your feeling about your head of operations in that building we just left from?
Oh, Pale Reason. Hard-working folk. He's an honest fella. He's done well for the villager. Before Baylor Reason came around, it really was nothing here. As far as I
And the Duke?
spits on the ground. Duke can go fuck himself.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. It seems like there's an imbalance in this town.
Well, it's imbalance, I suppose. Don't know how much you gonna do about it.
I look over at the other guys. What else? Well, that's all I need to know. But my friends have a few questions of their own. If you could be so kind, and then I step back and I let them ask a question or two if they wish.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and pat the dwarf on the back. Would you mind coming into the mines with us?
Yeah. Hey, your friend said to be honest, let's get some questions. Just say I'm going back in there.
I'll pay you double what he paid you to just come into the mines.
I'm on break.
You may.
I ain't supposed to work for another couple hours. I was supposed to be sleeping right by now if it hadn't been for this conversation with my boys here. We're gonna hit some gambling up. Yeah. But you gotta offer me something pretty nice. What you got? Gold in your pockets?
Gambling, you say?
Oh, well, we do a few gambling.
What is your game of choice?
No, well, I can't oblige that, sir. Can't oblige that. You know, your friends said to be truthful and all, but can't be having the reason to find out it's out here gambling. Neither the looks over at the half-work rock here, right-hand man there. Can't have him looking at us. Just see like Frederick slowly like looking around behind you, just looks at the rock, shakes head. Yeah. We're honest fellows here.
I'm gonna nod and I'm gonna head towards the mine. Actually,
Right.
I have a question.
Yeah. We've seen you kind around here. You full-blooded, aren't you?
In character, I'm not gonna answer that. I'm just gonna
That's
go
right.
right on with my questions.
You don't have to answer that.
You miners,
Wow.
do you believe that this is something you need help from people like us?
Well, I don't know what people like you really are. I haven't seen anything like you before. But, I mean, if you got talents, it seems like you got weaponry and some of you wearing armor and looking like you can kill some things. I suppose you can take care of it.
I didn't ask if we could take care of it. I'm asking if you think you need us.
I personally, I could, care less so as we could just blow up the tunnel and start somewhere new. But, I mean, I would hate for anybody to get killed. Hard-working folk out here, seeing somebody get tarnished in their work and just trying to mine some things. I mean, if you all want to help out, I think that's a great deal. I'm sure all of us would be very appreciative of that.
sure you would. Why not cave in that part of the tunnel and then just mine in the other direction?
Well, that's an option. We're definitely hypothesizing that, but this situation literally just happened 3-4 hours ago now, and moving explosives like that particularly needs to be handled appropriately and has to be set up the right way. Can't just have an explosion go down in the mine and expect not weird things to happen. Remember Thorin, boys? Yeah, we remember Thorin. Yeah, 10 years ago. Thorin? Dead.
Tragic.
Yeah, it was tragic. I don't mean from your friends. You've been a delightful sort, paying us gold and asking questions and all, but damn, they some hard, edgy folk.
Huh. What do you think of Elise? She's your contact with the Duke when she comes around.
Oh, yeah, we've seen Elise a few times, sending messengers, fetching for a payload. Elise, she's nice. Gives us food and all from the scraps of the kitchen sometimes. Hands out, makes sure we doing all right, and makes her way through our little encampment we got pitched up in here. Just does a daily count, makes sure we're all good.
I look over at Nereus and Dougal and just give him a. You want to ask him anything, or you want to head in?
I have a question.
Yep, yeah, that's what.
Well, the reports that we've heard a couple times now seem like this mysterious bipedal creature emerging from the depths, menacing the mine. And now I just heard it described as a dwarf.
Yeah, it's just one, it's several.
Well, I'm just wondering, do people here not know what dwarves look like?
Yeah, they are dwarves that we know. And no, sir, I'm Clan Draw real personally. I came in orphan as a young boy, but we don't always see dwarves like that. Armored dwarves coming through the mountains like that. You don't mess around with those folks. They tell ghost stories. Where I come from. These kind of dwarfs, they've been coming up from the depths of the mines, getting angry, taking all their shit. They kill you. I don't know if that's what we're dealing with here. I'm surprised they haven't attacked yet. But so far, they've stayed off. Keep it that way till morning as far as I'm concerned. Then we figure out then what we do.
Nereus, do you have,
Shockingly, there's little I want to hear from them.
That sounds right.
That sounds right. Yep.
Are we going to bed, or are we going to the mine?
Well, I mean, I hate to interrupt you having your own little conversation, but it seems like your friends are headed off currently. Taran said he's leaving. I'm assuming Taran's like pretty much at the entrance at this point, off the map. Throx said he's leaving too. Throx probably headed there with Taran. I mean, they're probably just walking away at this point.
Yeah, I'm just standing off to the side. I don't want to.
I guess I was asking the guards if we're going to bed or if we're going to the mine.
Well,
are we going to bed?
I don't know. Asking who? What did you say?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's
Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
You're welcome, Rabbit. Large Rabbit. That.
All right.
Those are the Louisiana Bayou guards from.
They're miners.
They're
but,
miners.
You know,
they're just miners hanging out by the fires here.
They're going for that. They're going for that good crawfish roast later.
Yeah, well, I just happened to watch Princess and the Frog with my with my daughter the other day.
That would be why.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Before we leave, I just tell them. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening. Stay safe. Walk
See you
away.
later.
That's it.
Good luck.
Are we going to bed or are we going to the mine?
I put my hand
Shall
on
we
his
tow a boat?
shoulder. I say, Dougal, we're going in the mine, brother.
Who votes
Craziness
for
is
bed?
affecting the dock, dude.
All right, so we're going into the mine. That's what we're
Yeah, I
deciding.
think that's the plan. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So before we get into the mine, it's probably a good time to take a break. It's our past 2 hour mark. We started late, obviously. So everyone, good game for that. 10-minute break.
Works for me.
10-minute
All right.
break.
So if you are watching us, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So about 7:13 p.m. PST, maybe later than that. Hope you join us for the second half of the session.
Group 5? What?
Group 5. Yeah. Welcome back. Thanks so much.
Group
If
5,
you are-
what?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. You're watching us. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. And we'll get back to the second half of the session here. So you all are heading into the mine. I'm going to go ahead and toggle the actual mine's map, so at least get a representation visually of where you're kind of headed. So you're heading obviously into the back of the mine. You're heading to the end of the mine as far as its central pathway that it's digging. And so as you come in, you're met with pillars that extend in almost as if they're going increasingly less structural support integrity as you further you go on this path. The actual journey taking yourselves, it actually takes an hour in travel time of just walking down this path to get to the end. Now, it is slightly upraised towards the entrance, and there's kind of this common almost area at the mine's entrance there in the interior that you're seeing how they potentially will rotate the actual carts back. They can get them kind of turned around on this like mechanism similar to like how you turn around a train, right? And there's more hoists and equipment in there for offloading kind of wheelbarrows or other sorts of carts that they use going down into the auxiliary tunnels, right? The other kind of fork areas. Through the main central area here, the main tunnel, that's where the actual mining carts will go. And so at a certain point, that actually just ends, it just stops, right? There's like kind of a brace for that. And so you're going into an area that doesn't actually have that cart as it goes through, and you're finding less miners as you go. And it suggests that this is more exploratory at this point, right? That they're just going off of the main chute here, and they're just digging into smaller tunnels, and they're going into forks, and they're really trying to figure out where they need to go and explore. And so perhaps what Pele was saying, oh, we send prospectors up above, not exactly the truth, right? That they really do just kind of just dig, try to look for things. Rather than scouring over the mountainsides, looking at samples and other stuff. So, from some of these miners, they're look at you, right? They're looking at you as you make your way through. They're have eyes that are kind of open and stretched, and they just haven't seen folk like you. Lighting in here is difficult. Eventually, when you get to kind of the end of this main tunnel, simply because they have torches lit on the pillars every 5 to 6 feet, supporting the kind of squared off structural stone support systems that they have for to avoid cave-ins. But at some point, those torches just stop, right? People instead have like lanterns hanging out. They have their own torches that they're putting in, and equipment kind of begins to kind of hodgepodge itself and bundle up towards where the mining cart ends as well. Ceiling height wise, the main tunnel is roughly about 6.5 feet in height. And then the annex tunnels will drop down all the way down to less than 6 feet at times. They're definitely far less chiseled. As far as the width of the central tunnel, you're looking at about 10 to 12 feet, sometimes 15 feet. And then there are spaces where it goes wide, and that's where they have the auxiliary tunnels. And that space can encompass of like a radius of upwards to 20 feet, so it gets quite large. And you're noticing there's certain points that maybe this is where they've extracted material as well. So you get all the way down to this potential spot, and right as you kind of hook around, following this map and guiding yourself as best you can, you see there are several carts that have been thrown over, blocking a space of about 6 to 8 feet in width. And in the distance, you can see that the tunnel is kind of rounding around itself, so it's kind of curling, and it might open up into a larger area. So they're many, many feet away from that point, right? They're blocking it off at a choke point in a way, right? So they're kind of throwing all these carts and wagons on top of each other, forming like a barricade. And there's about 2 or 3 miners currently there. They're sitting down along the walls, leaning to. There's a torch hanging nearby. You don't see any guard around here at all. There's nobody over here that's guard or from the village. And they look at you immediately. And all three just go wide-eyed as they stretch over to you. As they look, one of them begins to speak. I'm going to play this ambience. This is called Lost Mind. I've never played this before. I wonder if this music will actually make sense. We're going to find out. It's kind of interesting. So they looked at you immediately, wide-eyed, and they're like, start whispering, Are these, are they supposed to help us? One of them kind of stands out. It's a half-orc walking out of the light, kind of coming out into the larger area that you're currently at before rounding around. Are you sent by Pei-Lu?
I give him a gentle nod as I kind of look back towards everyone else.
What can you tell us? What have you seen?
We're shifting. You're seeing that the carts have been struck by, like mining picks. There's kind of lacerations in the carts and things. They came at us. They're dwarfs and they're gray and they wear armor and weapons. And they were yelling at us, and we shoved the carts further, and they kind of yelled. And I don't know if they were trying to come through as much as they were trying to startle us, make a lot of noise. And we maintained ourselves. Yeah.
That's an incredible story. Anything else?
It's the guards that were here are supposed to come back. I figured you all would be those people. Are you guard? The village?
I'm just a simple flute player.
We're not
What?
the guard.
Wait,
We're the
they sent a flute player here? What?
A flute.
Some
They said they gave us. They said they would give us some gold if we stayed, and they left, and they'd come back and get help.
sometimes
To
all you
be
need is an
fair,
entertainer.
He's not much of a flute player.
Oh. Well, I don't think your flute playing is gonna help you with whatever lies in there.
You guys okay? You hurt?
No, we're fine. Like I said, they didn't try to attack us. They weren't trying to startle us. I don't know what they're doing in there, but there's been noises. Hawking away at
Can-
rock. Moving stuff inside there.
Can we see past the carts? Like, is there, if I wanted to cast a spell down there, essentially, can I see down there?
Yeah, so you see that the carts themselves are filling a space of the tunnel, right? And then further past, with what light you or what dark vision you have to round through there, it curves. So it's just kind of rounding through. So you can't actually see the opening of space that they're talking about that they encountered this. You are seeing the carts where they've approached, but they would actually, to kind of come at these carts, they couldn't even really be side by side, right? They would have to shove themselves in. And so again, this is like a choke point. So it's pretty strategic that they, put the carts here, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because they just jammed it to form like a barricade. As far as what you can hear shifting and skittering of stuff down the tunnel. So echoing outwards, the sound of shifting and moving and kind of objects being kind of moved and whatnot. You can hear that. It's auditory, and you can hear that transversing from that tunnel as it rounds around. That audio, that sound is coming out.
They did not try to speak with you.
Oh, no, they tried. I don't speak in some language. I don't know. A lot of bop bop and hip hip and talk talk.
Right. When you encountered them, were you going to make the tunnel bigger, and all of a sudden it opened into a cavern or something like that?
I was on site, but what they tell me is they were clearing out, putting supports, getting ready to dig. They found some iron in there, and then all of a sudden, just bam, like an implosion. These things started coming out, yelling at them, and ran away. I think they got two of us. As far as I heard a couple scream, and I haven't seen them. Supposed to be,
As in killed or kidnapped?
there's supposed to be 5 of them coming out, and only 3 came out.
So you have 2 men down there.
2 missing.
Possibly.
They're not my
missing,
man.
okay.
I don't know what you tell. I'm not in charge here.
Okay. So not a lot of camaraderie amongst the ranks. It's fine.
There's no ranks here. We just kind of work.
All right.
Would
Alright,
you guys
boys.
be... Oh, go ahead.
No. You please.
Would you guys be against moving the carts for us?
We will.
Being a simple flute player, I can't,
Yeah, we'll get them out of the way. Are you really gonna head in there?
I'm gonna go ahead and whip out my flute. Yep.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
We're armed to the teeth as I stand there with just a robe on and no weapon.
All right. Let's get moved. They shift back and shoving and shifting and ripping the carts out as best as they can. They clear like a space that you can kind of squeeze by and go through. After you all.
Orc.
Yeah.
Did their language sound like this? I will say a couple sentences in Undercommon.
Yeah, that's what they were speaking.
That's what they were speaking?
Alright.
You guys
That's
are sure?
That sounds just like it. Tuck, tuck, buck, buck.
I give a pat on the rock. I give a pat on the rock's shoulder. Good.
If you
It's
see them
uncanny.
again, do not say that to them.
Good deal. Oh,
Well, I saw what you did on the boat. Why don't you lead us? And I'm going to pat Indigo on the back and go ahead and give him a bardic inspiration.
oh, well, let me just go ahead and I'm gonna activate the scene then, so you can get.
I've
that
never
on there.
got one of those.
So you can just get on to the next map.
What does that do? I apologize. I'm still the
You level.
novice.
You instantly level
Go
up.
ahead,
Boom!
Tardan, go ahead and target him, and then use it, and it'll pop up. Thing. At least it should. So miraculous in its animation. Okay, so you're inspired currently, Indigo. What that means, you'll find out when you try to do something. Casting light. I'll go ahead and put light on you. So there is time here. You're not on the map currently, but I'm putting you on here just so that you can kind of set yourselves up, putting stuff on. Oh, wow, it did it. You did it. Did you put it on?
I don't know. Gave me 2.
It did give you 2. I took one off. You double the light, double the power. Okay. So you're rounding around the corner, and it begins to open up, and dramatically so, right? So at this point, right on the map currently, your position, that's when it goes from tiny to massive, right? To the large width, and then it's carrying into a much larger area. The ceiling in here is craggled and domed, and there's support pillars that are extracted. You're hearing motions and movement, but as you cast a light and you're moving into the space, those movements don't coincide with what you're seeing. So as you're kind of piercing through and you're stretching and looking, all of a sudden, as you look through, right, you're hearing the noise, but you don't see anything. And then the noise just stops. And you hear things drop onto the ground.
Nice and slow, boys.
So go ahead and unpause the map. As you may make way, you can do stealth checks if you're trying to stay stealth. You can roll perceptions, things like that. Up to you.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Can I go ahead and cast Dancing Light? And what I want to do is kind of cast the 4 of them at the edge of my vision to kind of like illuminate deeper into the cavern for us.
Okay.
I'm just being a pain at this point.
No, it's fine. I think there was a way I could set up dancing lights to be super cool, but I don't think I have it set up currently. So there's like really cool animation stuff for them, but I'm gonna throw down. So you're doing all 4 just sporadically through?
Yeah, just kind of at the edge of like my 60 feet. So like up here, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and start kind of creating lights here. Just want to make sure I get the right sheds, dim light, and 10-foot radius. Okay. No bright though. Just dim.
What is it? As a bonus action, each light sheds. Yep. Well, it's just 10-foot of dim.
The 4 of them. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, is that good? You want me to move them?
Nope, that works. That kind of gives everyone a little bit deeper vision into the.
Throwing them randomly out. Okay. So Dougal, I need you to make a perception check. $16.
Hey, let's go.
Boom.
Something about this right pillar. There's debris that has slightly moved from it. It's almost like something shifted and bumped into it. There's steps that you're hearing. Something's moving backwards.
To the right pillar, the near one,
The
or
near
the
one directly
that
to your right, it seems to be someone moving around it. We're headed for the northern side of the cavern, almost stepping away. But you don't see anything, even in light with your vision. Sorry.
Can I see any footprints left behind in the dirt?
Go ahead and roll investigation. 14. As you look on the actual footprints, you see boot prints, almost as if they're scurrying past, and eventually they stop. They stop right here. Your noise coming from other side of the pillar, directly where those boot prints stop. Your movements and shifting all around you.
Does it sound like buck, buck, tuck, tuck, quack, quack?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna round the pillar. I'm gonna round the pillar to here. The best approximation of where I think he is. It is.
Okay, you see it all of a sudden come into the light as it absorbs it once more. This dwarf of gray stands roughly 4 feet 3 inches tall, wears chain mail that's slightly blackish with pauldrons on either side. One pauldron has a white fist, kind of clenches like this and looks as a shield, as well as a large war pick as it raised and currently looking at you. There's a slight, not confusion, but a kind of a patience about it. The face just kind of like sizing you up a little bit, being like, "What are you doing?" You're just immediately able to get off your passive, and just all of a sudden kind of rotates this way, kind of looks right, looks back towards you, begins to speak Undercommon once more. Throck, you're the only person I believe who can speak Undercommon in the party, if I'm correct. They're speaking Undercommon amongst themselves, as the previous phrase that they basically said was intruders, and now they're talking amongst themselves. What do? We kill them? It's what they would want. It's what we'll order to.
So I don't understand what they're saying, but not having received any threatening posture yet, Sir Dougal is not going to draw a sword, and he will bow to the Duragar without breaking eye contact, and stand patiently for our translator until our translator makes his way up to the front line.
Why is he bowing? This is weird. Strange. What are you hearing? Rock.
Is he visible, or just
He is visible. He is visible. Currently, this Grey Dwarf is visible. I need everyone to roll flat intelligence checks now, please. And after that, I need you all to roll perception checks. Nat 20, Sir Dougal!
Hey, let's go.
I can't see them, but I can hear them.
That glass break on that nat 1 was so sad.
I hate being underground.
Okay. So I'm just gonna do just an intelligence check to see, if you're paying attention, and then getting the perception check afterwards. So Sir Dougal, since you were kind of enthralled in the conversation, perceptively with your net 20, you understand that you are currently, as far as the voices and the chatter that's all around you, net 20. As far as the chatter and the voices are kind of around you, it seems as if there are a great number of them. And they're almost formed a surround at this point, besides where you've entered in at. Going off of just intelligence check, so looks like we had a 14. You rolled twice on intelligence. You had a 14 and then you rolled a 9. I'll take your first one. Okay.
That was
That's your investigation.
Yeah, that was an investigation.
Okay. Okay, that's 5 minutes ago. Okay, 9, 13, 19, 10, at 20, 12, perception 24. That's 9. Okay. So Throck, Indigo, as well as Tardan. Unfortunately, it looks like the nat 1. Darius. The number-wise, just hearing the voices and paying attention as you're not engaged in the conversation directly yet, so you're still kind of looking left and right. There is about 9 of them, including the one that is currently faced towards Sir Dougal, and they are around you as far as they're talking. Position of currently where they're at is still too difficult to discern, but they are easily to you, Throck, since you're the furthest kind of in front, right, the furthest traversed. There appears to be one easily within 10 to 15 feet from you, as far as their conversations go. I'm going to unpause it now.
Trying to think of something to say that will calm them down, and my out-of-character mind is just kind of not getting anywhere.
What now?
We... Oh, I have to try to think of something in character, too. My mind was not prepared for this. I might just be lame and say, we mean you no harm.
Okay.
Snaps back. To investigate.
As you speak, Undercommon snaps back at you. You said investigate?
I said, I'm telling them that we were sent to investigate.
Oh, you're sent to investigate. Okay, so you're saying this in Undercommon. Immediately, in the response is, he speaks our language. They kind of go silent all of a sudden, almost like a unison, just like stops talking. This one slowly rotates and turns and looks to you. Mean no harm. You've come. I see. Investigate. You have investigated. Your mind is in territory of Clan Stonefist.
It is not our mine, but we will relay this information.
It is not your mine, yet you come down here to investigate. What pathetic worm ordered you to do so? Great golden riches,
It was 2 pathetic worms.
Imagine you take great disgust in this. Head back to your masters and tell them there is nothing here. Except... chuckles. Death. They interfere.
And how far does your territory extend in the direction we came from?
On this elevation, it extends many miles.
guess I'm gonna tell that to everyone else, because this kind of seems like a sticking point. This isn't a thing like we just, like, or like the mine just brushed up against their border. It's like they own a lot of the mine, in their opinion.
Correct. Well, not a lot of the mine, but they're basically, you're getting the idea that they're saying many miles in the sense that they encompass a great territory. Could that be the mine itself? Could it be just part of the mine? It wasn't really clear for the conversation. It just seems very kind of authoritative in the discussion, in a way, right? Just stating that this is theirs and do not interfere.
Okay.
Did they threaten violence?
Not yet.
Can we ask him how long they've had this claim?
Shifts a little bit away now, 5 feet.
I will translate any questions the group has,
Okay.
so I don't have to repeat them.
Bruh, this one, tell him to back off. Looks towards the rabbit.
Back up. Give them some space.
See one
Can you ask them if they like music?
right next to you.
I don't translate that. That's
Would you be willing to set aside your differences for a nice flute solo?
Right?
There will be no more questions. You are told. That is enough. Leave.
give us the two you took, and we will do everything in our power.
They
to
fought
protect your
back,
claim.
and they will serve trial for fighting.
Yes, they're dying.
Well, in character, I kind of think that that's fair, but I don't want to speak for the whole group.
I mean, you're just relaying what they're saying, right? Questions.
I would say,
Yeah.
That one doesn't stop moving, points towards the Haragon. Then we will kill that one. Tell them.
I do.
I'm backing up. I was backing away from them.
Backward,
Forward.
Kane.
I'm pretty sure, Sir
See,
Dougal, that
Or
this is a test. Keep moving.
pointing you back to where you came from, basically the entrance of this place.
I don't want to get any closer.
Right, keep moving.
It's gotten close enough to me. You get body checked. Please make an athletics check. Okay. Takes and kind of shoves the pick, just kind of trying to move you 5 feet. It's like a shove, and you don't move. Kind of hold your ground, push. You see a little bit of rage fuming. Just kind of grumbles.
Practice my breathing.
So he
Harrod,
turns around.
can you translate for me?
It depends on the message.
Okay.
Nothing about flutes.
No.
I feel targeted.
Your people are in a tense situation that has developed recently. Your borders have become crossed by the people above ground working this mine to survive. Are they threatening your livelihood? Is there a peaceful way where you can coexist within this mountain range?
As you're speaking that and translating Throck, Sir Dougal continues to move. So doing, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Oh God.
I was just trying to find out how many more were at the party.
Oh, I rolled the worst initiative.
Ooh. Oh, we're gonna crush him.
All right, is everyone rolled up?
Oh yeah, they're all dead. Mm-hmm.
All right, begin combat. Indigo, you're up. Round 1.
They have established that they are about to engage in combat, correct?
Still negotiating a conversation. You're finishing up what you just said. And you notice the one that you're talking to is now turned and looked towards you both, kind of in the same spot. And you see this anger come over the face. That's all you have.
I'm going to. Okay, I will. I'm going to take my action to move right next to him, or my movement, move right next to him, and I'm gonna hold my attack if he strikes me, or Tardan, or yeah, because I won't be able to hold movement. So Tardan or me, if he strikes,
Okay.
I'll hold my action attack. I'm just going to look at him and put my hands up
Okay.
and cross them into my sleeves. Not in a just stand there in
Stand
a
there.
peaceful manner for now.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Nereus.
All right, well, this isn't peaceful, so.
Not as much. I'm surprised you didn't do something sooner. Your character probably would just kill. Yeah.
He's just
So
so
eight-
annoyed.
Yeah, you're just annoyed, right? 18 is going to land as you do slightly. This one raising the shield up. And it's, again, slow motion. This is all kind of happening. Sees you extend fire off this ray. It kind of goes directly into its side, slashing with this great force. Just 6 points of cold damage. It kind of yells outwards.
That's it.
All right, Sir Dougal, you're up.
We are going to move to here.
Okay, before you do that, you're going to take an attack of opportunity with advantage against you with a war pick.
I knew there were more back there.
22
Bastards.
hits. That does 7 points of piercing damage. You're slapped in the right leg, revealing one directly next to you. Swings the war pick, slashing into your right leg as he yells outwards, now slapping the shield. But what you're getting in Undercommon currently is that to war is what they're saying.
That sounds right. Puff. The battle is joined. And we're gonna rage.
Okay.
Bonus action rage. And it pastes the whole thing. Super cool. And then we're gonna attack the pincered Durgar. I think it was option, right?
Let's hold down option.
Command?
It's command.
Free?
It's
Wait, it was command from last.
Command
No, it
for a
wasn't
map.
command.
Option then?
No, it
No.
was
Sorry.
option.
No,
Option,
it wasn't.
option.
I think it was option.
Option. Let it happen. See if it
It
works.
would help if I had a target. Option.
Yeah,
that
advantage.
works.
Oh, you're using the captain's Keely Yell rapier. I like it. +1, nice. 22 is gonna land you 6 points of piercing damage. You come around with the rapier, stabbing directly into like the left back, kind of coming and sliding through. He groans.
And I'm gonna stay in position for Indigo's reaction. That's it.
Okay. Again, your turn. Charging forward into your space is around a creature. This I just revealed it for the sake of it, but it is going to strike you as it's invisible. So just telling you as far as movement-wise and then revealing. It's going to have advantage as it was taking you by surprise and being an invisible creature, swinging the pick directly towards you. That is going to be an 18 to hit. Which lands. That does 3 points of piercing damage as it comes directly to your side there. It also is going to be raising up its shield and looking directly to its ally within 5 feet, and is going to almost mention for the shields. They begin to kind of group them together as you're yelling outwards, and the words you're hearing Throck at this point is Phalanx. It's going to end its turn. Now come to the one to the right. This one is not invisible, still there. It's going to charge forward, aim towards you, Sir Dougal, taking the war pick with advantage from the flank. Comes directly towards you. 19 is going to hit. That does 10 points of piercing damage, which is half to 5. As it slaps down at your side, raging, you reduce the damage. Ends turn, we come to the other one. This one's going to group together. They form their shields together, and they begin to come towards you, Sir Dougal. This actually, based on the Phalanx, it has advantage on attack rolls and dexterity saving throws while staying 5 feet and grouped together with shields. You're noticing that has advantage against you by them using shield tactics together. 23 hits, that does 4 points of piercing damage as it comes next to you as you're yelling out to group. Brock, you are not surprised as you have blind sense, I believe. Creature moving up to you, you're able to sense them coming into your space, revealing them prematurely here just to show you their space. Comes in for a swing of the war pick. It's going to miss, aim towards your shoulder. Ends turn, you're up.
Well, let's just get him right back. Or not.
9. We're continuing with bad rolls from last session into this session, Marshall. 9 as you come around with the warhammer. This large clanging sound erupts as it takes it into the shield. He yells back in Undercommon to you. Nice try!
Well, I don't have anything to say to that.
Okay. Ending turn. Another one's coming into your space, revealing prematurely. Comes with a war pick, swinging down. That is going to be a nat 20. Which does a total of 18 points of piercing damage as it comes into your shoulder with a large slap. Holds it in, pulls it out, yelling. This time says, "We should capture this one," in Undercommon. Nereus, as you backed up, you get hit with a war pick, or at least swung at with advantage. It's going to be 20 to hit. That does 6 points of piercing damage as it comes to your right side, now revealing itself. Kind of comes to your right side as it swung from right to left from the target into you. As it does, it now comes visible once more, pulling it out. Kind of chuckles to itself, seeing the visible light in front of its face, and kind of squints, almost as if it's annoyed, but not necessarily impacted by it. Tardan, you're up.
Seeing Indigo kind of square off with the one in front of me, I am actually going to target the one that ran up to him and use Dissonant Whispers as I kind of mumble towards it.
Okay, so you're targeting the one directly in front of you then, right?
No, the one above
gotcha. Yeah,
Indigo.
I'm seeing now. So the one above Indigo. Yeah. So that's going to be 12 psychic damage. That is going to land. However, you notice that there is some resistance to psychic damage that these creatures particularly have. As you're kind of sending it outwards, there's some shield or barrier that the mind is centered around. You still do damage, but it's not nearly as effective. With Dissonant Whispers, I believe they take the reaction just to run away, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it is going to go 10 feet here, and then it's going to go a total of 20 feet running away with its movement speed as this reaction. I don't think it does a dash, does it?
No, it's just as far as its movement will allow.
Okay. So based on what it did last turn then, it would be right there.
And then I am going to pull my shield out from the back of my shirt and end my turn.
All right. Moving 15 feet, coming out of invisibility prematurely as it looks left and right. It grabs out a horn of its kind of shelf up kind of behind itself, kind of pulls out a horn and goes to blow it, but then stops and looks at how many are there and sees the tunnel directly to your east, and then takes a dash and is just going to run to here, comes to the edge. It seems as if they're kind of like running potentially for that eastern tunnel. And now come to the one that's surrounded, seeing its friend that was in a phalanx run away. It looks almost disgusted by it. As it does, it turns towards Utard, and the one that whispered the words out directly to its friend comes in for a war pick strike towards you. That's going to be a 20, which hits. That does 7 points of piercing damage to you as it strikes into your left quadricep. As it pulls it out. You succeed in concentration. It's going to be the end of its turn as it makes no movement. This one here is actually going to begin to run. The one that took the attack of opportunity. It's going to go this speed here, and then that is a dash. See, it's kind of running for the eastern tunnel as well. Ending turn. Indigo, you're up. Round 2.
I think the attack on Tardan triggered Indigo's held action.
Yep.
The reaction.
Yep. So you're gonna have your hold.
Before
you're gonna have
his
your
turn.
Yeah. So we're gonna have your hold coming up because this person in between you triggers your hold, so you can swing at them with an attack.
Okay.
So just your attack action can be held.
Okay. And hold Alt.
Hold down Alt for the flank. Yep. .22 is going to hit. That does a total of 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you crush into its shoulder. Your bone snap.
Okay.
So that's your hold, and now it's your turn.
Yep. Okay. We're gonna flurry of blows.
Okay. So go ahead and take your attack action to hit, and then you can qualify right for the flurry of blows, because once you attack, you can channel it up with more strikes.
Boom. Let's use that bardic inspiration.
Oof.
All right, 19 is going to hit. You do 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you come across. Once more into its chest as it kind of slowly turning around towards you, slow to pull up the shield, come in with like an open palm and crush into the center chest. You hear bone snap of its actual breastplate. It takes the blow. Still alive though.
Gotcha. I'm going to, yeah, that was the punch. I'm going to, backhand it.
Okay. So 14, after raising the shield now, it's going to take the blow. It's not going to land.
Okay. And then last one.
22 is going to land as the shield raised. You come underneath the shield with your leg and crush into the shin. The large snap begins to kind of fall prone. I'm going to go ahead and put that on there, but it's still alive. You hear
Still alive.
wheezing.
Okay. All right. If it's still alive, I'm actually going to. I'm going to weasel my way through all these bodies if I need to, or however I need to, and get to here.
Okay, so you will take attack of opportunity then from the one wheezing and injured. So you leave that. You're leaving this person's threat range, but you're able to get around everything else.
But I took mobile.
Okay, so you have mobile, so you won't take attack of opportunity, so you're able to sidestep around, get around. Okay.
Yes. And that's it.
All right. Nereus, it's your turn.
All right, I haven't used this template, so I want to drop it first to see like what it actually looks like.
Sure, why not?
Because I just want to see what I can hit to see if we can do this. How do you rotate the template? Oh gosh, that was not abort mission. I just hit myself.
Use your scroll wheel to rotate it.
Okay.
Make sure to put the spell slot on, or at least not use the spell slot for the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll take whichever damage is higher. It's fine. Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Okay,
Yeah,
I gotcha.
but like I didn't know what the template was like, so
I got you. Yeah.
Jeez, what is happening?
Is it working to scroll wheel? If not, we can just manually do it. It's fine.
Ugh, I don't want to hit him. Oh my gosh, please!
Oh, yeah. It's
Okay,
a 30,
never
it's
mind.
A
We're
30
not
foot
gonna-
cone. Just tell me which
Yeah, I mean
targets you're
it's
trying
fine.
to hit.
No, it's fine. I can't do it without rock. It was just it's fine. Abort
Okay.
all of that.
Well, you can aim the 30-foot cone to not hit rock. I will
Not to hit all three.
but you can hit all three. You can hit all three and
Okay,
not
sure.
rock with the 30-foot cone. Yeah, because it's going to
Okay.
space out to this space. Right.
Sure. I mean that's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't with
Yeah,
the template.
it's going to basically go and then open up towards the other one, but it's not going to hit the rock. I'll allow that. It's because it wants to snap to a 5 point. That's based on D&D rules. So, whatever works. So many are being launched. All right, I'm going to take the 18 damage then because that's the one I have on here, and then I'll also take the saving throws. So it looks like 2 of which have failed. I'm going to go ahead and dish out the damage to the ones that failed here. So the one on the northern has failed, and then the actual one, so both of them failed by Youth Rock after taking the blow from the brine's binding water as it splashes them and shimmers. The one directly in front of you did succeed. It's going to half that damage, take 9. And I don't believe there's any other everlasting effect to that. I think it's just a
They can't move
right
until they
can't
use an
move?
action to break it.
Okay, so they're encased in water.
There's like water swirling around their feet, right? Like
Okay, so water swirling around. They're not restrained, are they?
no, it's just like they can't move unless
Okay.
they use an action.
That's
Their
great.
speed is 0.
Yeah.
That's
I gotcha.
awesome.
I gotcha. Okay. I'm just gonna put the charm effect on them then, just for placeholder to signify that. So these
That's
3
it.
then.
Sorry that took forever. I was like, oh, this template will be easy, and I was like, why is this not working?
It's a massive cone. It's huge.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, it's
Get 'em,
big.
Dougal.
It's a big spell. So they're all encased. They're in the swirling water at their feet. They're kind of struggling. Sir Dougal, it is your turn.
Get them.
This guy who has the to my west is prone, is fallen.
Yeah. No, he's shattered. His shit is gone, like broken inwards.
He's taking it in the teeth. We're gonna stab downwards at him, at his prone corpse.
16 is going to be a miss as you come back around.
Oh.
Takes the shield and holds it, blocks it. Speaks in Undercommon. To the death!
And then that is it. Setting.
All right, this one impacted by this whispers. The effect is going to kind of end, right? Kind of shakes the head. As he looks around, sees you, Indigo is going to move into this space here, coming into there, and is going to come in for a strike, the war pick. That's going to be a 23, which lands. That's going to do 5 points of piercing damage to you. This comes and scrapes into your left leg as it does, and it's kind of looking back and begins to speak in Undercommon once more. Yes! The one kind of behind is running away. Sandwiched is going to stay and maintain its position as it sees its friend there. Is going to attempt to rotate around and is going to go for a grapple check on you, Indigo. So I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics, please. 8. All right, you have failed. You are now grappled as this one has reached out to kind of grab onto you. That's not necessarily much of a grapple as it is trying to move you, and it's going to move you 5 feet, kind of pulling and shoving you to the right in the grapple, using its movement speed to do so. You don't take any attack of opportunity or anything because it's against your will. So it's kind of grabbing and moving you alongside of itself. As it does, it still holds on to you, you're still grappled, and it yells back at Undercommon. Throck, from what you can hear based on your conversation, is go warn the others. Sir Dougal, you take with a That's not supposed to be advantage, so I'm going to take the ladder of an 8. That's going to be a miss. This comes in for the strike, so it can't form a phalanx with someone that's grappling someone else. This one is encased, not restrained, so it's going to be a normal strike towards you, Throck. However, they are in a phalanx with each other, so they both give each other advantage against you, as they're holding their shields the best they can next to each other. 22 is going to hit. That does 5 points of piercing damage to you as it strikes in. Kind of raising their shields, grouping them together. One comes over the top of it, striking down. Ending turn. Throck, you're up.
Wow.
Raising the shield. Takes the blow again with the shield. They chuckle.
Well, it's not that they're good, it's just that I suck.
All right, coming in this next one. It gets advantage based on the phalanx. Comes in for a strike towards you. That is going to be 23, which lands. That does a total of 6 points of piercing damage to you. Coming across, both of them simultaneously taking the warhammer blow. Another one comes across. They're coming above the shields with the picks, working together in unison. They are very tactful and they are very skilled in combat when they're grouped together. Now, in case next to you, Nereus sees the power you're capable of and is going to attempt to shove you prone. I need you to make an athletics or acrobatics check, please. That is going to be a failure. You are now prone as he takes body checks you into the ground. As he does, he's still encased, right? So you can't move. That's going to be end of that turn. Harden, you're up.
This is not going well.
I'm rolling really well.
I'm going to take the attack of opportunity to come over here to Harak.
All right, swinging at disadvantage from the prone dude here. That's going to be a miss, the 14. Gives like a weak kind of swing.
Harak, I feel like you could use some assistance over here. And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds, as well as use my bonus action on a Bardic Inspiration on you.
Okay.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Being turned, we come to this one. This one is actually going to be moving 10 feet here, sees that you're kind of alongside and is having difficulty squeezing through this space, but is going to sidestep, taking the disengage. It's going to remove the remainder of its movement speed, headed for the tunnel on a disengage, so no attack of opportunity. Now come to the one that's prone. This one is going to take a disengage as well, goes 10 feet, gets towards the cart, and kind of begins kind of shoveling itself, leaning against the cart at this point, raises the shield up, and then goes and reaches for its back and grabs out javelins from like these backpacks along the back end of them and kind of pulls one out, but that's the action to disengage, and it's barely alive at this point, so that's what you see though. Full dash from this one on the northern side, heading for the eastern tunnel. Goes through. Indigo, you are grappled currently. That does not mean you have disadvantage on attacking or anything. This means you can't move in space unless you take an athletics or acrobatics check to break it, which is an action.
Yep. Okay. Then, while grappled, I will give a knee to this guy's gut.
Okay. Go ahead.
Not an advantage, though.
19 is going to hit as you come across 6 points of damage. Takes the blow, still holding you. His shield is not currently equipped, just FYI, and because he had to grab you, right? So,
all right, and then gonna go for a knee again, right into the midsection.
Couple checks in there. All right.
Oh yeah.
21's gonna hit. Does 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Blood begins to pour out from the mouth, almost like vomited it up. Still holds on to you.
Yep, and then as he's still holding me, I'm going to actually strengthen the hold, and I'm going to channel a Hand of Harm into the arm, into his body.
Okay.
So
Nice. 6 points. As you channel in, you see barely alive, this breathing and blood pouring, continues to hold on to you.
Okay. Yep, that's it.
All right, Nereus, you are prone.
All right. Well, he'll look past this guy and he looks super irritated. Obviously, so many things about this he hates. But his soft voice will come out in almost a melodic, soothing lullaby.
Sleep going. Go ahead and
Ooh.
click the other formula because it's not going to automatically roll. It's intentional. All right, so you're doing sleep primarily on these 2 targets over here.
Those are the only 2 that you could see. So
Yeah.
there and there.
All right, they're both asleep.
Help me. He'll say, looking at Harak. It's just not Harak. He's not going to say anything to Tardan. Jeez. Yeah, right. In the rest.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yep.
All right.
Actually, he'll stand back up. That's fine.
Okay, stand back up using half your movement speed. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll roll another 6 at him. That'll help.
All right, so Nereus, you stand up, ending your turn there. Sir Dougal, you're up.
Sir Dougal's gonna push through. You can pass through an enemy space, right? It just costs you an extra couple feet of movement.
Yeah, so these are medium-sized creatures, so it will cost you. It's technically difficult terrain, so it's twice as. So instead of 5, it'll be 10.
Terrific. And he's going to. Okay, he's going to drop his rage, which I don't know how to cancel it, but let's just say he drops his rage.
Okay.
And he's going to cast Thunder Wave.
Okay.
Right,
All right.
here.
That's fine. All out. All out. Let it happen. Let it happen. Probably
Oh,
gonna prompt-
do
probably
I have to?
No. Well,
Yeah, it prompted me for my own spell.
So for Thunder Wave, it's almost like you're setting it outwards. Usually is the interpretation, but I'll allow it. I think it's totally fine. Just roll it. I won't do anything to you.
Terrific.
If you want you to be the epicenter coming from you and spreading outwards, that's fine.
Right.
All right, looks like they
And
all
that's-
fail, which is hilarious because your DC is only 11.
Hey, man.
That's awesome.
I had other things I had to put points
That
into.
is great.
And then that's my action, and then my bonus action will be to rage again.
I'll put it back on. You don't have to click it if you don't want to.
Thank
Look
you.
at the wall of text.
Yeah, I don't want to put the wall text up there.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, ending turn. We come to the one that was just blasted by the thunder wave to your right hand side. Is going to look
I think-
towards you.
Are they
You-
pushed?
They are pushed feet, I believe.
10 feet?
I'm
10
trying to
feet.
think. I'm trying to think about because you're the epicenter. I'm gonna go ahead and say just 10 feet is fine. So I'm gonna do 10 feet here. This one will go here then, and that one's gonna be there. So that one's gonna go 10 feet back in after being pushed, and it's gonna take a war pick strike towards you. Normally, it's gonna be 15, which misses. Ending turn. This one's gonna try to size you up, Indigo, now, seeing that this friend is gone, blasted by the thunder wave, and kind of thrown into the ground. 23 is going to land against you, Indigo. That is 4 points of piercing damage. It's kind of trying to dodge out of the way, but catches your arm. Ending turn. This one's asleep. Brock, you're up.
All right. I forgot. I'm gonna bonus action. Change this. After I target him.
After I target somebody else. Okay. Changing up your prey. Going in for the Warhammer strike.
Do I get advantage from
You do?
areas?
Yeah.
I better use this bardic inspiration. I can't miss 3 times in a row.
19 is going to land. That does a total of, let's find out from Slayers. Ooh, nice. Total of 16 points of damage as you target your prey, running up, slapping the Warhammer directly at its back. So you hear a large crunch of its shoulder and its spine. It's kind of groans, barely alive. He's bleeding profusely, but still alive. Now its turn. As it does, it slowly kind of rotates and turns around. As it does, it yells outwards. So it gets massive in size, enlarging itself. As it does, it seems to grow with its weapons and its shield and its sword. Its actual war pick.
What the hell is that?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
you're inside of its face, which is totally fine. As it raises, it looks towards you, swinging down with its pick. Slapping it to the ground, tends to miss as you're able to get out of the way. Tardan, you're up.
I kind of seeing everyone is engaged or taken care of. I'm going to step this way. That should put me within 30 feet. Yeah. And I'm going to use my... What is that spell called? Or not spell, skill. Silver Tongue, I think, right? Yes, Silver Tongue. No, Unsettling Words on this guy. So he... How do I do this? Features, right? Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna expel that one immediately. So I'm just gonna go ahead and roll a d6. Because that's gonna take away from the next saving throw, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then I will drop my concentration on Dancing Lights and go ahead and use Hideous Laughter on the one that I just use my nice Unsettling Words on.
All right, it fails its saving throw. It's now impacted by the hideous laughter. And you can see it kind of hits, it's already blown into the wall and now trying to pick itself up, takes the hideous laugh, begins to chant, falls prone.
Awesome. And now I'm going to end my turn.
Let's see here. Okay. All right, so that one's prone in an incapacitated state. Laughing seems to be uncontrollable. I'm going to go ahead and just bypass that. We come to the one that's prone. This one is going to take the javelin out, slowly sees the person, looks towards you, Tardan, is going to be launching this javelin while still prone. Unable to really pick itself up, has disadvantage. 20 is going to hit as it lands 4 points of piercing damage with the javelin. It skims you in the shoulder and claps right back into the pillar. Nat 20 for the concentration check, totally fine. Doesn't make itself any which way to get up. Again, shin's broken, still clings to the cart. Indigo, you're up.
Okay. Flurry of blows.
Okay.
And I'm going to give a nice roundhouse kick to the guy to my northwest, right there.
Okay.
Oh, that was a mistake. It's not an advantage.
Take whatever's first. 19, so that's going to hit. So it is a 25, 8 points piercing damage. Come across the roundhouse, come over the shield into the shoulder.
Okay. I'm going to, after hitting him, I'm going to go 5, 10, 15 from here. Am I in range of the big guy?
Okay.
All right, and then am I advantaged with Nereus?
Technically, I'm gonna say yeah, because even though you're in the space, you're still flanking this creature. So it's fine.
Okay. And so I'm going to just running jump punch that guy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll again.
I did that.
See whichever one's higher here.
Oh,
Double eights.
You
Double eights is
you
gonna
saw
miss.
it.
So that's
That
the
was
advantage.
bad.
Double eights for the advantage. Come across, kind of lowers the shield down towards you, takes the blow.
Gotcha. And
Still up.
then I am going to. Yeah. I'm going to look at both of these guys. I'm like, between the two of you, I think you got this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, all the way up to the javelin guy. And I'm going to punch him in the face.
Okay. Using your last strike. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll automatically give you advantage because the target's prone. Should anyways. Yeah, it did.
hey.
25.
There it is.
Come across, he looks barely alive, looks at you and spits on the ground as you ride up, kick his head directly into the cart. Unmoving. He's now dead.
Nice. And then I have. I'm going to go that much more and just pat Dougal on the back and be like, "What's up, buddy?" That's it.
All right, Nereus, your turn.
I mean, Nereus doesn't like to get his hands dirty, so.
All right, Hypnotic Gaze, as you reach out and tracing this person in a charm effect, it seems to succeed against it. It seems to have no effect at all.
He's all yours.
He shakes his head and throws off your effect. Succeed on the saving throw.
Yep.
Anything else in your turn?
No.
All right, so Dougal.
We step to here. We take a stab at the prone guy.
Okay. Stabby stab coming through. That's going to be 24, which lands. Does a total of 7 points of piercing damage you stab through. I believe after taking damage, it's another wisdom saving throw.
Correct.
It's going to fail, so still laughing uncontrollably.
And
Still
then
alive.
I'm going to step to here to set up for Indigo.
Okay. Seeing you kind of rotate around, it's going to move 5, then another 5, kind of sidestepping you and seeing what you're doing. Goes in for a war pick strike. 7 is going to be miss as you parry the blow away. Ending turn. Now come to this one. This one's going to move 10 feet coming to the pillar, getting its backside against you, going for a war pick strike towards you, Indigo. It's going to be 9, which misses. You're able to dodge and nimbly get out of the way. Sidestep, it strikes into the ground. Still asleep. Rock, you're up.
Oh, I forgot to.
24 is going to land. That does a total of 12 points of damage. You see Large and Charge. Just gonna raise, just block a struck from Indigo, turning his attention towards you. You take the advantage with the Warhammer, slapping into the knee, crushing it, falls down. You take the Warhammer into the head, the large impalement. It's now dead.
Right, move up here.
Okay, moving up and ending turn. Okay. This one's still asleep, so Tardan, you're up.
I don't even know what I want to do. I guess I'm going to step 10 feet this way and just tell this one that he's ugly.
Yeah. You're ugly! Is going to fail its saving throw here. It's going to take, looks like, some damage. 2 points of psychic damage. Seems to resist the effect. Has failed though, and has disadvantage on the next attack roll. So let's start the turn.
And that will be the end of my turn.
All right, we come to this one. It's going to do a save at the end of its turn. It's going to be a fail, so it's still laughing uncontrollably. All right, we are now at the top of round 5.
Okay. I'm going to look at a rock and just give him a nod. You go 10 feet right there. And I'm going to give a scorpion kick to that one.
Okay. Advantage here. It's going to be a 20, which lands. That does a total of 6 points of bludgeoning damage. You come across a scorpion kick. So you kind of groan,
And then,
wheeze.
yeah, and then, scorpion kick over the top, and then I am going to, I'm just going to come up with the knee and try to finish this guy off to try to even the odds.
Wait for it's going to land. Coming up with the D, 8 points of damage. You see a crush into the ribs, into the chest, and then into the actual kind of jaw area with large crashing of bones. Falls backwards, dead.
And then I am going to go all the way to there and give Dougal a good old nod from behind as he rolls his sleeves up.
Okay. All right, Darius, you're up. Looks like the music crashed, by the way, so just FYI. No music.
It was super intense for me.
19 is going to land as you send out a ray of water, 2 points of cold damage, fronting the shield towards Sir Dougal. Kind of turns it to one side and chips over it a little bit, and brittlement of metal as well as the shoulder comes from it.
That's it.
All right, Sir Dougal.
We're gonna pincer this guy.
Make Indigo proud. 20 hits. He's come with the rapier, sliding the rapier directly through the throat, still raising the shield towards the ray of water that is going to be gone. As you see it kind of turns, and then you slide the rapier directly through the throat and just kind of twist it and pull out. Kind of grabs at it, bleeding profusely, falls down to the knees, and then topples forward.
And then we are going to move to here and wait for and that's it.
All right, Throck, you're up.
Oh, this guy is prone. I don't have to.
Prone, incapacity, he's laughing currently. He's like,
He thought Sir Dougal's little stab was funny.
Well, maybe with advantage I can hit a guy.
True. It's potentials.
Hey, you hit a guy earlier for 16 damage.
Not if you don't target him. Well, that was with help. I'm trying to click on Ensnaring Strike because it has the same icon.
We're gonna have to change the Ensnaring Strike probably.
Oof.
Oh my gosh, he with advantage, you miss 11. You come down, strike into maybe an armored part, maybe of this Grey Dwarf.
It's a max damage missed, so the floor right next to him is messed up.
Absolutely destroyed. Tardan, you're up.
I'm going to pull out my rapier from my nice little secret compartment of my pants and ready in action to stab this one when he wakes up.
Okay. Still laughing. All right, top of round 6, Indigo, you're up.
Do I see anything down the tunnel to my east? Did anybody run down that tunnel?
One of them did, and it's disappeared into the darkness. See, the tunnel is shortened down to about 5 feet in height. It's actually quite shallow, making it difficult to move unless you're a short-statured creature.
Son of a bitch! Oh God. I am going to walk over this dead body. I'm going to come right to here, and I'm going to attempt to put this guy out of his misery.
Advantage coming down. All right, 24 lands. You still have 5 points of bludgeoning damage. I'm going to roll another save after taking damage. Still laughing.
Okay. And then I'm going to attempt to curb stomp his neck all the way into the ground to dismember his head from his body.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Alrighty then.
That is a graphic. 21 hits. You just
This is the mercy monk.
head lopping off and
I know,
snapping from the
right?
neck off. You see it fall down, now dead. That is going to be the end of combat. As now we end. No reason to have it on. I'm going to go ahead and refresh. So that way I can cue music back up. 2 creatures currently next to you, Tardan, aimed your rapier. They are still asleep. They don't have any checks or anything unless someone deliberately tries to wake them up. So you can see they're just snoozing out, and the water somewhat still entracing them from the spell that was laid out. So that effect has yet to end.
Go ahead.
No, that's all I got. As far as movement from the eastern tunnel, like I said, it's shallow. It's not very wide. It's dark. There's no light coming through. And as far as sounds of movement, you can't hear anything. So whatever has made its way has been moving quite fast.
Did anyone bring rope? Should we tie these guys up?
I'm going to look at Nereus real quick and see that he's wounded. And I'm going to grab my pouch and look at him and say, "May I?"
Just this once.
And I'm going to attempt to heal him with my kit.
Okay. All right, you recover 5 hit points.
Then I rush over to Tardan, and I give him the biggest hug ever. And I say, "Thank you for inspiring me during this battle." And I don't ask him. I just attempt to heal him as well the same way.
Okay. $10 points.
Sweet.
I go to Harak, and I say, "You are so handsome." I try to do the same.
10 points.
Oh, wow.
Start bandaging wounds and healing as you go around. This does take time, right? The healer's kit takes a good chunk of time per person. So if anybody wants to start roping them up or tying them or whatever, because you can at this point.
I don't know that anyone said they had a rope.
Are you allowed to not have rope in D&D?
Nereus will just throw some rope on the ground.
Oh, Nereus probably wouldn't. I take it back.
I don't, because I'm an entertainer. What do I need rope for, sir?
That's true. I stand corrected. And I will also stand tying these guys up.
Okay. I'm not going to have you roll a check or anything. No need for that. I'm going to go have them have restrained. However, through that process, after restraining them, if your intention is to be stealthy or not waking them up, I will ask for a check. So it's just either a sleight of hand or a stealth check if you don't want them to wake up. They will be restrained, though, either way. No? All right, they wake up. Tying them up. Just kind of handling them, right, in a way, right, trying to rope them up. Kind of they begin to wake up, and how long does that water effect last?
It's just
With
a
your-
minute.
Okay, so they're no longer probably at this point.
36 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say 36 years. What are you talking about? You see, they're now kind of roped up, tied off, probably tied together right back to back in a way. They're confused, looking around, seeing the bodies of their fallen comrades here. One of them kind of spits in your direction, trying to hit as best as possible, failing to do so.
I slap him in the head.
If you're gonna kill me, speaks in common.
In common. You ugly bitch.
Yeah, you fucking look gross yourself, hmm? What do you shave with? Looks like...
Oh god, you're ugly and you're a liar. You know I'm handsome. Anyway,
Good one. Good one.
plan, gentlemen? Plan?
I say we tie them up, take them back to town, and that concludes our end of the deal. They can get what information they need, and we can leave.
If you think this is gonna stop after you take us into your filthy mining village, you got another thing coming.
Why don't you just tell us how many more of you there are?
How about you come over here and give me a kiss?
I'll go ahead and kneel down in front of him and act like I'm about to give him a kiss, just to try to intimidate him. Don't tempt me with a good time, honey. Just tell me how many there are and we can go away.
Roll persuasion.
Ooh, this is a good kiss.
16.
So that would be an 18 because of Silver Tongue.
18.
Yeah.
They look to each other. That's a back-to-back. We'll die if we tell you anything.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take him back to town. I want to go search this guy over here. This one.
Disgusting. All right, so that one you begin to kind of thumb up. In total, you find 12 gold pieces in a small leather purse on the back side. You also find a couple of javelins inside of a kind of a longer backpack that's slung like a sling, right? You find a war pick. There's a shield, chainmail. There's also kind of a horn. It seems to be made out of a dry husk of some creature, some beast. You're not sure what it is. It's kind of curved in a weird way, and it's kind of almost like it has like a texture right about it. And it's a typical war horn, right? You can imagine you put it up, blow it. Has some leather that's made of like dried mushroom and it's vying together. It can be thrown over the shoulder and pulled out and blown.
Got it.
There's nothing else about on this creature. There's no real possessions about. There's no backpacks to any of these creatures. There's no adventuring gear to any of these creatures. Suggesting that as you're kind of looking at this body and looking around, just passively, they're not here to camp out. Right? They're not here to. They don't have food on them or drink or water. So somehow they have somewhere close that they're getting that from. That's passively. You can pick that up.
I have the notebook out, and I'm taking down anatomy and description of what they are and what they look like.
Okay. So skin tone is gray to slightly black at times. Sometimes whitish. So there's an array of colors that you're seeing with the skin tones. You're also seeing the eyes themselves are black in pupils. There's no coloration at all in the iris. And then their hair, if they have any, is completely white.
Okay.
They all seem to have a signifying white fist that's clenched on either their shields, which is painted on, or their pauldrons. And they seem to be relatively strong and sturdy in their size and stature.
And they seem to hold up pretty good against necrotic damage as well.
Not necrotic damage. They held up
Or
psychic.
Pardon, psychic damage.
Yep, they had. It wasn't to. Seems to be psychic damage, not in a general sense, but it depends on what the spell or what was being kind of thrown at them. That they had some sort of kind of resistance, maybe.
Nice. Yeah, he takes the notebook and he's in the book for a moment till he's satisfied, and then he closes it, tucks it.
I would also like to check over here and see if there's any fresh footprints coming into where we're at, since we know one did run away and that they can go invisible.
Sure.
I just want to make sure we're not getting ambushed.
Okay, so based on your passive there, no need to roll a check. They don't seem to be very stealthy creatures, very heavy on set. You don't hear anything. And looking at boot prints, it just looks like boot prints coming in previously, maybe shuffled, and so they've been kind of shuffled at this point, kind of moved over from the one that was leaving. And there's just one set of boot prints trekking away.
I relay that info to everyone else.
Okay.
Gentlemen, we got a situation. We've got 2 of theirs. They have 2 of the towns. And we have 1 of theirs that ran down that is definitely going to alert the others if there are any that were here. Suggestions? Thoughts? Comments? Concerns?
I like Turok's idea. We just take him up and we turn him over to the town.
We've exposed the threat. Let's get out of this place.
Tomorrow, this is none of our business, right?
Rock? What about you, Dougal?
Yeah.
What about you and Puff? What do y'all think?
This is tough. I mean, it seems that it seems that we're in a perfect position for a prisoner exchange, but I have to defer to Harok's suggestion, because I'm not ready. I don't think I'm in a position right now to spend what could be however many more days. We don't know how far away their camp is down here, and I just don't have that many days to spend to waste.
One of the North interrupts your conversation, Sir Dougal. Yeah, you don't, because I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna throw you on a spit and roast you. And
Close-fisted right in the back. Right in the back of the skull. Close-fisted punch.
Okay. Are you trying to do damage or just...
No, I'm just shutting him up.
Okay. Alright, takes the blow. And that little rodent of yours, I've seen it. Yes. My dessert
I
for
spit
later.
in his open mouth.
This is the worst you all have. You might as well kill us now.
I present the squirrel. Dare me. Really dare me. This guy can get to places you didn't know you had. Oh, and he has a weapon. I don't have the time. I don't have the time for it. I just don't have the time to waste. And if it's more than a day farther in, that'll be another day back out. And if we, for some reason, get caught for any amount of time, we will have missed our window. So I have to agree with Proc. I think we take him. I think we take him out.
So we gag these 2, so we don't have to listen to them. We exit the mine. We turn them over to the guard.
No. Palo.
Turn him over to Palo. Let him know that we didn't find the 2, but we ran into these. We have 2 of them. Do the prisoner exchanges for him to do if he wants to. And we go about our way.
If they offer us enough coin, I could be convinced to come back. Because, coin does make travel easier.
Coin makes travel easier then.
Do you guys have money?
Oh, we have plenty of gold. Is that what you're interested in? Is that what motivates you?
There's carts in this cavern. Can I mobily dance around this whole room real quick and see if there's gems or money or anything, or is he just talking out of his ass?
You move around to the carts, you don't see any gold currently here? Oh, you fool, it's not here. Let us go, we'll lead you. Pledge yourselves to Prince Grawl Stonefist. And the gold, whatever riches you desire, will be yours.
How do we know you're not going to kill us after we just, obliterated 6 of your people?
Because we have honor.
Honor?
Bread to serve, bread to die. To the death with our vows.
You have no honor,
No
my
honor?
friend.
Really?
We came down here and we did not attack you. We came down here to talk. You attacked
Listen.
us.
Honorable means you would listen to instructions.
Friends, do not waste another second trying to converse with these mindless golems. Let us do our business and be done with it.
I nod. Like, yeah. And I give
Maybe
the
we can
best,
play both sides.
I give the best spinning dragon fire kick I can right against their head, and I am gonna try to actually hit him.
You're gonna kill him?
No, I'm just gonna kick the shit out of his head if I can.
Alright, go ahead and roll. Go ahead and target them and roll. I just want to see damage wise. I'm sure you're gonna hit. So. Ooh, wow. Wow.
Oh,
Okay. 7
it's a
points.
good time to miss.
I'll play it off,
You
and like
bash
the
in the
foot
heads.
stops right in front of their head.
They're moving like side to side, barely awake at this point.
All right, let us go.
Let's gag them before we drag them out, so we don't have to listen to them.
I think they're entertaining.
You gag them?
Yeah, I think.
I'm gonna gag them.
Alright,
Yeah,
you
I
gag
think.
'em.
Yeah, rock
Alright.
and we'll do that.
So you throw a gag in there, and as you do, you kind of begin to drag them, pull them out. They are easily, each of them is weighing about 260 pounds. They're heavy, especially in their
Jesus.
armor, which requires great difficulty. I mean, there's many of you can kind of group together and grab them, or you can attempt to throw them in a cart and try to wheel them out. These carts are just barely enough to squeak by the choke point and kind of have to maneuver them, but you can throw them at the carts and kind of pull them together and get them both out if you wanted to.
What do you guys think?
I think we throw them in a cart. Why waste more time than we have to?
Yeah, more effort. It wasn't like 5 seconds to the door either. That's a long way to carry them or drag them.
It's a far away.
Yeah,
Far
it
away.
was a distance.
Okay.
I'll drag one.
There's mining carts too. I mean, you can potentially get them to that point and get them on a mining cart and just wheel them. So we'll go into that. So as you do, you throw them on, you take them out. You see the 3 individuals pushing past, kind of looking towards you, questioning, seeing those, and hearing what had happened. They shake their heads and are very fortunate of what you've done. They're thanking you for your service and clearing and helping them out. You make your way to the mining cart eventually where it ends. Throw them into a cart that's sort of there, sitting there, and you begin to kind of push them and wheel them, headed for the entrance or the exit of the mine there to get out. With that, we're going to go ahead and end the session as we are reaching our end of our time here. I'm going to go ahead and just activate the Fieldhouse map, stop our little Underdark music, gets you back on, also position you here.
And they had to start the fight, guys. You know? Had to. You see what I'm saying?
Just wanted to talk.
Had to get sassy about it and just start punching people. Dang.
I was really proud.
How
that
do you
we
feel
didn't
about the Duke
start
again?
that fight.
You
you say,
want to
dude?
talk about your plans with the Duke? You want to talk about those? You want to judge them for starting a fight? Jeez.
I haven't killed him. I just don't
Yeah.
like the rich guy on the hill.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm 100% down to overthrow him before we leave.
All right.
Yeah.
So we'll go into, obviously you getting here towards, as you make your way through the mine, we'll just kind of end it there as you're transitioning, but I'll get you on this map, right? So this will, we'll start off on the next session. Is there any questions at all on anything that has transpired today? No, we're good.
I don't think so.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and calculate experience. Give me a second.
3750.
And see, Harak, not all elves are bad. I helped you hit somebody. I healed you,
I I can't even say anything because anything I say would just admit that you were right. And I don't know if I can do that.
Oh, I love bards.
So, are you all at 2,750?
Yes.
Yeah.
53.
How'd you get to 3?
What?
Didn't we have some weird amount of experience?
No.
I don't,
I don't think so.
I don't
I
think
personally
so.
have 2750 personally.
Everyone has
Yeah,
2,750
2750.
besides you. That's why I'm asking. Because Marshall, you
Croc
don't have.
did,
You have
Croc
the.
did
I
something.
think
You have the extra 3 added on.
He got
I
3
think
for something.
I misheard you when you were saying it. I think.
No, it's
It's
totally
all
fine.
the elves he killed behind the
I just
scenes while
wanted-
we were role playing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I went in the sewers and killed some
It's-
rats.
It's the experience I gave Marshall's character before we started, based on how much killing they've done. 1,420 experience each. That should put you at 4,170 experience total. So you're on your way there to level 5. Experience obviously for roleplay with the Duke there, as well as with Palu. Definitely went from roleplay opportunities. It was abundant there, and then we ended up in the mine, so experience from that. With all of that said, we are going to go ahead and turn off the stream. So if you're watching us, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We'll be back next week. Sound
Group
off.
5?
Yeah, there it is.
Group 5.
All right. Everyone wave. Say goodbye. Bye.
Bye.